Can you guys... That's pretty sad. We return. That sucks! Twitch is really bad at the moment. It was terrible the other day. But yeah, I don't remember what I was saying now, but... First dead, now dead. Yeah. I think it was Baker. I think you should stop being nice. What's up, No Name? No Name, I'm afraid to tell you that you've been banned. I'm joking, you've not been banned, but... Maybe it's because the crystal was there? I'm gonna walk across all the revenants as we go and see if I can find like a named one. Devilicious. Bull Taco. Phil. Hoya. Being nice is the new being mean. Like, kill them with kindness, but instead of kill them, just raise them up. Kevin. Whee! Well, we'll have another go. Well, that was a nice surprise. Getting towards the end of this fight and then finding that, my subscription to non-bullshit boss fights had expired. I thought you'd already been to the shop, Shekel. Now I have to wait for you to get back from the shop again. Like using Hydra in a lot of channels until they drown. That's a good one. That's a good tactic. You deal with more passive aggressiveness these days. I feel like it gets the job done, you know? Ow. Ow. Thanks, Bakes, I think. Ow. Right. 2 Magros, 2 hours. I think maybe we can do it. This is so hard. But that's the point, so... I remember the last time I did this, I summoned a Blue Phantom. Maybe I'll do that eventually. I don't really want to summon any like living people, but a Blue Phantom might sort me out. Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. I think you're over there? Yeah. I love how fast the talismans run out on this guy. I guess he counts as a person. And that's fine, Bakes. I don't want you to. Which consoles do you own? Oh, that's really weird, No Name. Which consoles do I own? I have I have all the PlayStations, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I have Xbox 360, but I gave it to my dad. I have an Xbox One, but I don't use it. It was a huge mistake. I don't know why I have it. And I have a Switch. I had a 3DS as well. I used to be huge on Nintendo. Absolutely massive Nintendo gamer. So yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of them, but I'm more into like PlayStation and stuff, to the point where the others that I have are not particularly wise purchases. But I was just like, what if a game comes out on the Xbox and I really want it? And then like, nothing came out. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I've got some pre-owned shit. Like, I've got the Elder Scrolls Online for Xbox, but I have never touched it. I mean, I was like, oh, I've got the Elder Scrolls Online for the Xbox. Well, I guess I'll get it on PS4 and then I might play it. And I was like, oh, for God's sake, Matt, why did you do this? Well, I guess Xbox kind of has the monopoly on like shooty games. So like Halo, I think was Titanfall 1 Xbox exclusive, or at least for a while. What other stuff is Xbox exclusive? It just seems to be like Halo things and racing games. They've just never really been my... Well, it's not even that they've never been something that I'm interested in. It's just more like I've never really tried them, so I have no basis to get excited for them on. But PS4 tends to have like really story-driven exclusives, like The Last of Us, Bloodborne, all of the Shadow of the Colossus games. So it's not so much that I prefer them. It's just that they're more of like they're less of like a risk and reward. Like, you might not enjoy racing, but you'll probably enjoy like certain facets of Bloodborne or certain facets of The Last of Us. If he hits me with that, I'm gonna die. Okay, I'm alive. Whew. So yeah, I don't have any ill will against like Xbox or anything. Oh, I was really interested in Cuphead when that came out for Xbox, but then it got announced for the PS4, and I was like, oh, that's fine then, I guess. I'd love to do Cuphead one day. You have class! Oh, well, have fun, have fun! Have fun, George! Enjoy class. Thanks for coming by. I'll be lurking. Okay, good. I thought you meant like, I've got class. I was like, okay. Oh, you've got class. Hey! Thank you very much. How have you been? It's a pleasure to see you after all this time. No! Oh, wait. Oh, thank you, George. Thank you, George, I will. I've got Sephi in here, I don't have Blue with me. Yes! Yay! Sephi's over there. Thank you, Kinky. Let me see if you wanted to see what's what. Nice. Well, it's good to see you again. Sephi! George sends his regards. There you go. She says thanks. Hey, Mac. How you doing? Blue ate 3 dinners today. She ate her dinner, then I noticed that she'd stolen Sephi's dinner. So I put Sephi a new dinner down and didn't realise that Sephi hadn't bothered to eat it. She had like a bit of it and then she just like went off to play. And then Blue took that dinner as well. And I was like, oh. You should get a cat cam. That's a good idea. You just beat my favourite boss in this game. Hey, Marek! I didn't know that Megara was your favourite. I like Megara's fight. Like, I feel like it's fair. He hits pretty hard. Like, he's not very forgiving at all. But I struggle to get salty with him. You know, I'm like, oh, that was me. Oh, that was me. Oh, that was me. Mine is a mutt, so she has lots of brown fur. You're right, Sephi. Yeah, these are ragdolls. Blue and Seph. Blue Eyes White Dragon and Yosefka. It was hard but fair. Yeah, I completely agree, Mac. The first time I fought him, I think he took me 3 hours. The thing is, he is really hard. Like, he is so hard. But the last stream I got a bit salty with him, but I think that was more because I was kind of hoping to like breeze through the game on Dream of the Demon rather than basically have to fight every boss as though I was fighting them for the first time again because they're so tough. So I kind of expected to breeze through the game, and then I got to him, I was getting really salty because I was like, I want to make progress. But then once I like settled down and was like, I'll just make the most of being here, I enjoyed it a lot more. Alright. Whoop. So I forgot what we were here to do, but I guess we won't miss out if we just wander around. You're really good at Nioh 2. Is Baker alright? Imagine being good at Nioh. I got good at Nioh 1. I 100% will brag. I was really good at Nioh 1. Nioh 2 I am completely average at. The thing is, I had a really good build at Nioh 1, and I got that build really early, so I got really used to practicing with it, and I put a lot of time into it. So I guess it wasn't that I was really good at Nioh 1, it was just more that I knew what I was doing and I committed to it and got all the practice in. Whereas with this, I've been much more experimental because I'm not really sure what kind of build to make for an Adachi. I've gone for a Kingo set grapple damage kind of build, which is good, but with the set I had in Nioh 1, I would do 25k damage per hit, and with this I do like between 400 and 4,000 depending on the hit, so it's become a lot less like I can walk into a room and like one-shot a bunch of the enemies, like I actually have to try. Hey, Oh-chan! That means so much from you, you have no idea. I think that was the game that you were playing when I came across your channel, really? Nioh? I didn't know that you were such a big fan of Nioh. You've got to go now. Oh, well, thanks for coming by, No Name. It was good to see you. If you're in the neighbourhood again, our door is always open. Owie! Oh, never mind. I don't normally make builds in games, but for some reason, well, I think in Nioh 1 it's to get to the end of Way of the Neo, it's kind of necessary unless you're just incredibly talented. Because some of the bosses have like tens upon tens of thousands of health. So if you haven't specced into a weapon, or if you haven't like optimized yourself, and you're only doing like 400 damage per hit, you'll be there for a really long time. And you'll probably be there for longer than like the health you have. You'll eventually just run out of health fighting this boss. So it just becomes like kind of a necessity to make a build for the final few New Game Plus New Game Plus like cycles. But in this game, it's not been that much of a necessity, which means that I can't be bothered. Like, I can only be bothered to do stuff if I have to do it. Oh, fair enough, Bakes. What a precious meat cute. Yeah, I mean, even like going out of your way to super boost a weapon, like by tempering, forging, scaling off the stats that you've put into it, even that I would say counts a bit. But if you want a really easy time, you've got to get like on that grind. I wish I could be bothered to make a build. I just cannot. Just can't be asked, you know. I just swing my sword. I do 70 damage per hit. On Ryoki took me 14 hours. Ow. Way the Demon on Higher doesn't work too well with the tank build. Really? How so? Give me the gossip. Baker, you can stop. In fact, I invited. I feel almost uncomfortable. I love how, like, if I'm losing, I just get my dad to come and kill these people for me. I know Takimura isn't my dad, but like, you know when you get like your dad to come in and finish the level for you when you're a kid. That's very bleak. That's very bleak, Bakes. Very bleak. I can hear a Namahage. You get hit for a ton of damage and do little in return. Might just be that my gear level needs to be high. It could be. There were loads of points in Nioh 1 where I felt like I'd hit a wall and then I'd like upgrade my gear once and everything would be fine again. So it could just be that. Also, like, some levels would seem like absolutely impossible, so you take a break and do another level, and then you'd come back and then it would be like really easy, you just walk through it. That happened with Everlasting Duty, actually. Like, when we came back to it for that final time, we'd like taken so much of a break that it wasn't easy, but like we did it very fast. Not one-shotted. It's pretty tanky not to get one-shotted. Snubs is okay. Snubs is okay. Thank you. Maverick! Yeah, I did kill Big Ice Man. Thank you. I killed him twice on both of the quests that he's in, so it's been a very productive day for me so far. And I guess that's where we'll end it for tonight. Thank you everybody for coming by. If you enjoyed the stream, I'm joking. Don't leave! Seems there might be a strike at your uni. How so? What's the dram? Yeah, I feel like in the later New Game Plus cycles, it just becomes this lesson of like, don't get hit, just don't get hit. I know that Opchan, your build is completely based around critical damage, so basically when Opchan and I co-opted, he used an item to make his health drop to critical, and then it made his Kusarigama magic weapon do like living weapon do like insane damage, like absolutely insane damage, like 100k per hit or something. Because you can get like buffs if on your living weapon if you're at critical health, and you can get buffs on your items and stuff for being at critical health. So that was what that was all about. That was really interesting. Just don't die, you fucking loser. Thank you. I needed to hear that. Thank you. I did okay damage on New Game Plus, but not after. Yeah, I heard the same thing can happen with like ninjutsu builds occasion on New Game Plus. Like things eventually just start to suck up all the damage and ask for more. I was gonna go into my special. Ow! Never mind. Benefits are too low. Oh well, I really hope that the teachers get what they need out of the strike. Things are getting really bad over here in the UK for teachers. Most lecturers are put on like 13-week 0-hour contracts, and they only get told if they're on a contract like the week before. And then there's like they get paid for like 30 hours a week, but that doesn't cover all the time they spend marking and all the time they spend supporting students and like planning lessons. So they really do like 60 hours a week, but they only get paid for like 30 at the most. I think my friend who's a lecturer gets paid for even less than that. So when they did a strike, I was like annoyed because it was like half of my third year was just strike. But at the same time, I was like, they wouldn't need to strike if they got like paid properly. So this is so much work after class. I feel really bad for people working in academia. Like, you don't want like a dumb generation. Of all the things to like not fund, I feel like education should not be that high on the list. You know, you should always be like consistently funding education. But at the moment, like people just aren't getting paid enough. Like the lecturers that I knew at uni, most of them had second jobs, especially like training lecturers in training. They all had to do like second jobs. One of them had a third job. Like it's really rough. I don't know what the logic is in not giving universities like proper funding. Our like what's the head of uni? Our head of uni was on like 6 figures. And he pretended like he was really down to earth, and it was really cringe. And our head of our student union, like the person who's supposed to like petition for better standard for students, was like the most highest paid person in the country in like that specific sector. And our vice chancellor is like the most highest paid vice chancellor in the country, but like all the lecturers were on like 20k. It was awful. From the mission Cherry Blossom viewing in Dago, you can expect a lot of fun, and I hope that you have a lot of fun. The way schools get funding in the United States pisses me off, and I'm saying that as an American. That is really interesting, Maverick. I mean, like you and I don't think it's any secret that we have like pretty broad disagreements on a lot of things before. I'm glad that we find our middle ground here. I'm glad that we find our middle ground. Welcome back, No Name. They know with the online classes, the teachers not knowing a lot of the internet programs, they have a rough time there. Yeah, especially at like such last minute to plan those lessons. It's based off property value, not student populations. Yeah, so much about university has become like such a scam. Like, I remember in my first year at university, I had to pay £600 a month to live in halls on top of tuition and such. And we had one microwave between 12 students. We didn't have an oven. We had one fridge between 12 students, one freezer between 12 students. No name, thank you. We had 4 hobs, like 4 hob rings between 12 students, and like the standard that those halls were kept at was terrible. But I heard that even those students were like evicted from their halls when quarantine started, they still have to pay the full amount. Like, it's just such a scam. Like, it's become like, you can't get a job because you don't have enough experience. You've got experience for the job, but you don't have a degree. Oh, you need to have a degree and 5 years of experience for this job. And I'm like, why? What's the point of getting a degree? You know, I feel like experience counts for a lot. And I think that in some cases a degree is a really good like substitute for experience. Like, if you don't have 2 years of experience but you get a degree in something, I think that they should be like sort of comparable. You know, especially for a graduate position. But it's just become a case of like, you go to uni, you are tens of thousands of pounds in debt. Nobody at all at the age of 18 knows what it means to be in tens of thousands of pounds of debt. Especially interest rates. Like, I had those explained to me all day when I was at A-level. But I was also told explicitly, like, if you don't do this, you know, you'll never get a job. So like, you can't really make a choice or like a reasoned one. I don't know. I just feel like the standard of education has dropped, but the price and also like the value of that education has dropped, but the price of the education has increased. I'm a huge proponent of equal opportunity. Telling kids tough shit because they live in a poor neighborhood is unsustainable. Maverick, my man! I just want to get the experience in any places which... Yeah, it's like, you need experience for this job. Oh, but you can't get this job without experience, but you would want to work this job to get experience. Like, entry-level jobs that require like 7 years of experience. Go to a trade school. Yeah, like, I didn't know that trade schools exist, you know? If only trade schools were given the kind of esteem that a university is given, I think more people would go to them. But I completely agree with you, Maverick, in regards to the equal opportunity thing. Like, I was talking to a friend the other day about public schools versus private schools. So like, you as a parent, you can spend like 5k a year to send your kid to a private school, or like sometimes even like 20k a year to send your kid to a private school. And they were like, oh, I think that's really good. Like, I think that's a really good thing. And I was like, that is a terrible thing. Because like, it doesn't come down to the kid, it comes down to the parent, you know? Just because your dad has more money in his wallet means that you'll have more opportunities than anybody else, you know? Anybody at that public school, just because your dad has money. And I'm like, I don't think that a child should be discriminated against from the age of 5 based on how much money their parent has. I know that in the United States, joining the military for a minimum of years in the reserve unit will make you eligible for the GI Bill, which essentially has the government pay to go to college. That's kind of good, but it's also kind of a shame that it's like, you can pay like 100k on like a very high interest loan, so you'll be paying a lot of money forever, or you can like essentially sell your body and put yourself in a very dangerous position as a member of the military, like sell your life for a certain amount of years to go to college. I think that's such a shame. I agree, Boggs. Also, hey Boggs, how you doing? I agree. I don't think that those should be allowed. It's very frustrating. I saw an entry-level job the other day for a junior UX designer, and it was like, oh, this junior UX designer should have at least 2 years of experience leading a UX team. I was like, so you want a senior UX designer to come in and as a junior UX designer and be paid a junior wage? Like, it was ludicrous. But yeah, I don't mind where people want to go to uni. I don't mind, like, if you want to pay a silly amount to go to a very particular uni, that's fine. But I don't think that public schools for children should be allowed, because from like minute 1 you are perpetuating the cycle. Poopcorn! Welcome back, Shik. You know, the rich kids get the best treatment, the smallest class sizes, the most one-on-one time, the better university opportunities, the parents can make connections, you know, they make friends with other kids that have parents that are really rich, own companies. Like, it just becomes like this circle jerk of like, well, my daddy will let me work at his firm when I finish school, and he said I can start on like 60k a year, so I don't really know why you can't buy a house yet. Yeah, Maverick, I feel like we connected. Well, when it comes to private schools, they can do whatever they want because it's all privately funded. Yeah, like, I understand that part of it. I just don't think that they should exist. I don't think that a child's opportunities should be dictated by their parents' connections. Like, it's not about the child's scores, it's not about a child's like interest in learning. It's not about the kind of future a child would like to have. It's just about I've got 5k lying around. I'm going to send my kid to private school. You know, I find that frustrating. Like, I don't really have a problem with a lot of things being private, but I do have a problem with that setting kids up from the start just because of the money that their parents have. Yeah, you've got free university, don't you, Jedi? I think that's fantastic. Free higher education, yeah, that's incredible. Ha ha ha! Really? How so, Jedi? Hey! That didn't hit me. I refuse to believe you're that weak. He sassed me. Yeah, I completely agree, Jedi. Like, I don't mind if wealthy parents want to give their kids, like, extra tuition outside of school, if they want to hire, like, a tutor, if they want to put their kids into, like, extracurricular activities that would, you know, improve their standard of living, like, set them up more for the future, but I don't think that the starting line should be so rigged for kids. I think that every kid should get the same standard of education, and if the standard of education of public schools isn't good enough, then we should be looking more at why, rather than like picking out the rich kids and just putting them in a nice, safe, better place, you know. Acknowledging that public schools aren't sufficient, and then instead of fixing it, just like putting your kid in a better school, like a better private school that costs like 12k a year. I mean, what don't you like about free university, Maverick? Because Scotland has it, and Scotland is doing very well right now. And in Denmark, they pay you to go to university, which is also fantastic. Taxes! What do you mean taxes? Oh, you don't want to pay more taxes? But in America, you guys pay loads of tax. I guess you've got kind of an impression that over here in the UK, we seem to pay like 50% tax, but we really don't. We pay like 20%. Yeah, I mean, you already pay tax. You may as well use it for education. Like, how much is your rate of tax over there? Is it actually, like, that little? The United States was founded on fuck taxes, but not so much anymore, really. How are taxes in the UK? Like, 20% of what you earn, I think, is taxed. And I had a student loan for a master's degree and a bachelor's degree, and I pay, I think, £40 a month back to that. So it's really not, it's not so much like a loan, it's more been like an extra band of council tax, you know? Yeah, unless your income is lower than a certain amount, that's not too bad. Yeah, our government is pretty incompetent. Like, I know that over there, you guys, you take out student loans and then, you have to pay them back even if you can't get a job. And it's like a few $100s a month rather than over here where it's like £40 a month. So I can see why you would be afraid of free education, because to you guys, like, if you have to pay like $400 a month back towards your student loans, that is crippling. That is awful. Like, I can see why so many people in the US are struggling. So if you're like, oh my god, if I have to pay extra tax so that people can have like free education, then that means that I have to pay for everybody. But like, you really don't, you know? It is a scam. It is a scam. The Air Force spent over 1k on a goddamn coffee cup. What do you mean? You haven't paid anything back yet? Oh yeah, because you're on hella wage. I'm really not. I'm much below the average for my career title. I want to know about this coffee cup. But yeah, and also in the UK, once you've been paying your loan back for a certain amount of time, it gets written off. So if I think it's like 25 years or something, and and it doesn't matter how much is left. Like my loan, because of interest, is now more than it was when I finished uni. It's like several K more because of the interest that's been accrued. But if I get to like 50 years old, they'll just be like, cool, thanks, and they just write it off. That's why I think it's more like a band of council tax that you just pay for 25 years. I just finished talking to someone, they're the third person I've talked to over the phone that hasn't said goodbye when they were done talking. That's weird, so you just hang up. That's really strange. It is pretty shit, but it's the job market at the moment. I was looking at some other roles. No, I was looking at my role across like a bunch of industries today, and they were only, like, considering before quarantine, there were like there was like 1,000. You know, if you looked on LinkedIn, there were like 1,000 job offers, job postings across London. Now it was like 20 in London for my job. So I'm gonna sit tight. I'm gonna sit tight. After 10 years, the loan is halved, and another 10 it's written off. Wow, I don't remember it being halved. That might have been changed recently, but if not, then that's great. Air Force decided that they needed next generation coffee cups with built-in heaters because coffee cups are essential to the military. Oh god. Your guys' military spending is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. You've just applied for college again? Jedi, nice. What do you want to study? Hey Tiger, how you doing? I'm good, thank you, Tiger. I'm good. Just playing some sweet Nioh 2. And we're not talking about anything boring like tax. We are definitely talking about cool stuff. Yummy, hey! But yeah, there's absolutely nowhere to find a job at the moment. My boss, the other day, was like, so if you could hand over all of your design projects to Sarah, I'd really appreciate, you know, if you could hand over all the work you're doing to Sarah. And Sarah is the name of the other designer. Like, there are two of us. And I was like, if you heard somebody say that, what would you think? He was like, if you could at some point hand over all of your work to Sarah, the other designer, what would you think? Because I could tell you what I thought. We unfortunately police half the planet and give over a quarter of military funding to the UN. That's exaggerated. You definitely don't police half the planet. You definitely don't. Yes, Boxville. I agree. You definitely don't police the UK, the EU. I think the assumption that people in the US have about the impact that they have, like, militarily, is very exaggerated. I mean, who's been starting all the wars? You know, who's been starting all the wars, I think is a good question to ask. I wanted to branch out a bit, so I took a certificate in business management, admin, and accounts. Jedi, I'm so proud of you. You're gonna smash it. Talking about skateboard tricks and monster drinks, here we are. Any update if the PS4 disc will work on the PS5? Yes, it will. It will. Apparently 99% of PS4 games will be backwards compatible on the PS5. Or the PS5 will be backwards compatible for most of PS4 games. Reports have been greatly exaggerated. Alright. Let's go Takahiro Dachi with this. It's only the DualShock 4 controller that won't work. Oh, I think I heard that, but I forgot about it. If it's any consolation, I want the military out of the Middle East last decade. That's not so much a consolation, I guess. I don't know. I don't have too much of an opinion on it, but I do think that you guys are definitely told an exaggerated perspective of your impact around the world. The US Army is something that we look at and kind of like, oh, that's expensive. Oh wow. It's not really something that impacts our lives. There's a PS Plus connection that sounds really good. What's that? Cusco have a branch of PS4 games I didn't play. Oh, because I have some PS4 games I didn't play. I see, okay. That's good. Wait. Who's better? Ooh. You live in the Middle East, specifically UAE. Yeah, you've told me before. I think you said last stream. Imbue corruption, break. 15 drying pole. Yep, that's cute. How is it over there? Sort of holding off to upgrading for now. Gonna see if the PS5 actually works properly after a month, and only if a trade-up deal comes to the UK. Trade-up deal? What do you mean? You guys have Dubai. Don't think there's anything else that I can pair up, so I'll lock you and I'll lock you. And then we'll go over to armor. Gold Nokia, are you kidding me? Warrior of the West Gauntlets. Usually games will have like an offer trade your PS4 in to get X off a PS5. Oh, I see, okay. I think I'd still keep my PS4. Okay, that's cool. Alright, I understand. I was quite happy to hear the console price. I want to say quite happy, I mean I was like relieved that it wasn't worse or higher than it is. I mean, not worse. I was relieved that the console price wasn't higher than it is. But then the cost of games, Demon's Souls is 70 quid. £70 for like an 8-hour story mode game. I know that there's replay value in New Game Plus and stuff, but fucking hell, £70, that's so much money. And wait until next year. Why, Yemi? What's the logic? Game is one of the only places I've heard do that. Okay, half the time it works out the same as if you were to trade in at any time. I think PlayStation is pushing the £70 price. Yeah, I mean, like I've seen. I was having a look at some of the launch titles, and like the Spider-Man one, I think is going to be £51. Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition is going to be £35. I think COD is going to be 59 or 55, so like it's not solely £70 per game, but for some reason it's Demon's Souls is going to be £70, and I don't understand the logic at all. I'm kind of annoyed by that. Like, I'd definitely pay £70 if it was like a really big game that would take me like 100 hours to finish, but Demon's Souls is a really short game if you've played it before. Sony stated that pricing will be from $49 to $59. Yeah. But all the games are still $60 is mind-boggling to me between inflation and how expensive games are to make. Yeah. Publishers are greedy bastards. Yeah. I mean, like, it's just a strange one. Like, I would expect, like, some kind of, like, Witcher-sized game to be 70 quid, and I'd be like, well, you know what, I'm probably going to put 200 hours into this, so I can sort of see myself paying that, you know, I'll get my money's worth for that. But Demon's Souls is a quick game if you've played it before. I don't understand how that's supposed to justify itself. I mean, I'll be interested, but I mean, I'm probably going to get it anyway for the sake of the channel. But I'm going to be annoyed, you know. Yeah, it's Demon's Souls, so you and I both know it's going to sell like hotcakes, yeah. And it's got like a very... Its audience isn't as big as people think it is, but it has like a very big cult following of like dedicated fans that will definitely pay for it. So I don't think it will sell as many copies as people think, but I definitely think that everybody who likes the Souls series is going to buy the Demon's Souls remake, especially considering Elden Ring may as well be in the bin right now. I'm okay with increasing prices of games that are honestly due for it. If we still get priced for DLCs though, then I'll complain. How do you mean? So like, you don't mind paying £70 for a game if you don't have to pay for the DLC, or... Witcher 3 did it right by making its 2 paid DLCs basically expansions. The Witcher 3 did a really fantastic job with its DLCs, and they even added some free DLC in the form of like some small like single missions that you can do here and there. And they weren't great, like they weren't mind-boggling, they were the same as any other quest, but they were interesting, you know, it was alright. It was janky as hell. You know, I don't know if I disagree with you there. But the thing is, I did it playing it as a magic build, so like, I definitely had a slower, clunkier time than I would have if I'd like two-handed a halberd and rolled my way through it. £1 per hour with Demon's Souls. PvP will be back and the game will be stupid fun. I guess so, yeah. And if I actually bother to like properly platinum it, hopefully they'll add some more trophies that will make it a bit more worth the while. World States, yeah. I really hope that they remove the... I really hope that they remove the server you're on can affect your world tendency thing. Like, if you're online, if you just go online, if back in the day, if you just went online, your world state could be reset, which meant that you'd have to go into New Game Plus in order to get your world tendency back to where you want it to, because you only have quite a limited time to do it. I mean, a lot of people don't really want to do PvP and stuff, you know, so I'm probably going to have to play it offline, which will be kind of a shame. I don't really know why they did that. I guess they were quite a fledgling company at that point, so... Yeah. Well, now that Demon's Souls is like completely offline, the world tendency is much more like precarious. You do have to 100% start a new game if you get your world tendency like fudged. I imagine it was a bit easier to fix in the previous games, but not astoundingly so. Hopefully for your passport, you remember you were inside a restaurant with your uncle, and after we finished eating inside, we went outside, and as soon as we started moving a bit... Fucking hell, Tiger! I thought we were talking about Demon's Souls. Wow. That's kind of actually terrifying. That, yeah! Sort of like how Resident Evil 1 and 2 games shouldn't really be difficult, it's just that your characters control like tanks and make dodging rather slow. I found the same with Resident Evil 4, like, there were so many moments that, from playing things like Dark Souls and Remnant and Nioh, stuff like that, I very instinctively wanted Leon to like dodge out of the way. And then you realise that there's absolutely no way he can do it. You just have to very carefully move out of the way. I'm like, this man is trained as like an agent, and you're telling me that he can't, you're telling me that he can't like do a little roll? No, you don't have to apologise, Tiger, that's insane. That's absolutely crazy. I'm glad you're safe. I like fighting this guy a lot. And when I say a lot, I mean like a bit. Not really that much. He's alright. I would tell everybody about it forever, yeah. I forgot that he did that move as well, so it's been like really difficult to readjust to it. Well, that was a mistake. That was not the move that I intended to do. Legs don't work. Yes! Like when you're fighting the boss that splits open, like he's a centipede and he like splits open and he's like swinging from the rafters and stuff. You have to like put yourself sort of into harm's way in order to be in the position you need to be in to attack him. And then he can come over and hurt you. And I always try and like dodge out of the way, like press circle, and then I'm like, wait a minute. And then I die. I may have liked ninjutsu too much. I maxed out the proficiency for it before New Game Plus. Yeah, you definitely did, Phil. That's unheard of. Is this mission Marabashi? No, it's in the same dojo though. Nice, nice recognise. We don't even need to be here. I just don't want to do the DLC yet. Oh, we can't actually do it actually. Cajun! Time to head out. Be safe, everyone. See you next time. Well, thanks for coming by, Cajun. It was really good to catch up. I'm glad that life's been good lately. I hope that continues. Yeah, have a good evening. Maybe see you again one day. Right. I got some good shit. Let's level up. I love a slightly scaled attack. Crazy easy compared to Nioh's. Yeah, I don't remember this game's Marabashi at all, so it must be alright. World music includes bagpipes? I didn't even notice that. It's nuts. I would like to lock this, please. Thank you. Oh no, I've only got 17 million left on the map screen. Oh. What did we miss? Oh yeah, it's probably one of those missions that you unlock. Oh wait, is this? Oh, right, it's this one. I'm not doing that yet, I'll come back later. Chinese bellflower dagger? Maybe? This guy's a bit of a pain in the bum though. Huh. Golden Nation, Demon King's Blade. Tiger approaches, we could probably do that. Yeah, let's do tiger approaches. Let's have a go. Let's have a go. Let's have a try, you know, just a little try. Hey now, Sephi. Sephi! Sephi! She ignores me. She is rude. Let's roll! The swallow flies! Oh god. No! Oh, went to heal. Bloody skeleton warrior. Let's go! I'll start from this end this time. Ketchup! I don't get that. I can understand if he was walking too fast for the tomato, and the tomato said... Oh, the tomato was walking too fast for him, and he said, ketchup? But he stood on him? Nacho, nacho man. Every single time I get access to that ability, I'm like... Oh, we should wait. You should use that when you really need to. And then I'm like, but pretty rain. Welcome back, chick. I'm glad to have a break from quests with a big boss. I know what ketchup is. I just didn't get it. I'm sorry. I'm not very perceptive. Ow. Atakamaru is definitely meant to be used for New Game Plus. What? Tell me more. Tell me more. Well, I definitely didn't read that as Donna's. I dip my donor in blood. Whatever suits you, man. Magnum donor. Honda! You dig. Absolutely useless. Outside of your own boss fight. Nightmare, man. The demons look the same on Devil May Cry 1 and Devil May Cry 5. Really? You're really happy with this DLC? What? So what console is Conan Exiles on? What kind of game is it? I've heard of it. I keep mistaking it. I definitely keep mistaking it in my mind with Cossacks, the old game that on like PC. So I'm like really confused. You built a structure and you don't know what it does. I see. Cossacks! My dad had that on like a disc. Oh, back in the day. I don't say disc because I'm unused to discs, but it was one of those where like it didn't have like a disc like wrapping. It was just a completely plain like random disc box. I was Populous. If any of you heard that on PS1, you play as like the shaman priest lady, and you have to keep your people alive, and they're really desperate to die. It's like SimCity, but primitive. You remember Populous? Nice. Like Rust, but with tits. Nice. It's meant to inflict confusion, but I'd imagine that would make New Game Plus enemies easier until you get your hands on more leveled abilities. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, yeah. Oh, free PS Plus game. I've missed a lot of PS Plus games. I'm already hungry. Conan Exiles is this far game about being a barbarian. You fight dragons and shit, get better gear, build a base, standard survival stuff, but it's fun. Dungeon Keeper. I heard about Dungeon Keeper. I remember a mobile version of the game getting a lot of hate for being like super super fee to play revolutionary dick physics. That is kind of revolutionary. I like that. Yep, butchered by EA. R.I.P. Sims. R.I.P. You fight crocodiles? Well, sounds like my kind of game. Big crocodiles, right, so how big are we talking? Like the big gator things from Resistance 2? It's great. Good. 5 times larger than you. Huh. Oh my fucking Christ, Honda, like, honestly. Ow. Not your best look elsewhere. Well, I've never tried Rust or ARG, so that's still yet to be seen. Maybe I will like it. Pardon me, Boggs? Clans of hackers. Nice. That's ideal. I love being raided by clans of hackers. That's why I play games. I have a few thousand hours. Yeah, I love that. I really like when somebody with thousands of hours of hacked gameplay comes into my game with a hacked version of their game and completely fucks my experience. That's my favourite part of gaming. That's definitely been my favourite part of GTA 5. I tell you that for much. I tell you that for free. Right, this should be a Namahage now. Not just a Namahage. What would I do without your burst counters? Oh yeah, I'll play Nioh 1. Having played this game, and then Nioh 1, and then come back to this game, I've realised that burst counters are the most forgiving thing in any game I've ever played. Like, here's a free hit on an enemy. If you can recognise a colour and a noise several seconds in advance. They are very forgiving. They make the game a lot more like fluid. You're less worried about death and more like darting around an enemy trying to tempt out a burst counter move. I think it has vastly improved the experience for me. Where are you? Go on then. Wolf Blade! You ready for some remake Souls? You know I am. You know I am. The game I saw on Games website today, it still lists Elden Ring as coming this year, like before the end of 2020. I have no idea what to think. No idea what to think. Imagine if they just released it one day and didn't even tell anybody. Just slapped it out there somewhere. Oh yeah, there are still enemies that will kick your shit in, but you like have a lot more fun with them, especially when you've learned them. Like the Karasu Tengus in this game are so much more fun to fight than the Karasu Tengus in Nioh 1, because you're like, come on, do the red thing, do the red thing. When I got to Nioh 1 after playing this, I was like, how the fuck do I fight this bird without... Because I'd only relied on burst counters the entire time. Hopefully the remaster still has the feature, so you can run a magic build again, George. I also hope so. No. I only used the feature because I was playing it off stream and I only had a few hours and I just wanted to enjoy the game as quickly as I could. And I was like really busy and I definitely wouldn't do it if I was streaming it, probably. Nah, I wouldn't. It would be so boring for you guys to watch if I like just cheated the game. Right, the point of no return. What's this? Uh-huh. 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 Right, well, let's do it. Shekel, George really liked the YouTube videos. Sheckler's the editor, as I guess you know. But he puts his heart and soul into every vid. He tries his hardest. So, round of applause. Clap, 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 clap. The only builds I use in Dark Souls is Strength and Pyro. Bloodborne, I'm all about that Holy Moonlight Greatsword. Yeah, in Dark Souls 2, I started with like two-handed Zweihander. Two-handed Zweihander sounds so weird to say. And then as I got more stats and stuff, I moved over to one-hand Zweihander and the other hand Pyro Flame, which was really fun. Especially like Endgame and New Game Plus, like so much fun. What else was I going to say? But in the other games, I've been like mainly Zweihander. I think in Dark Souls 3, I tried for a quality build with a halberd. Didn't massively enjoy it. It was fine. Bloodborne, it was Ludwig's Holy Blade. I just like big swords, you know. They don't have any real resistance against elemental damage, poison, and paralysis. That's interesting. Yeah, I've always just worked on like getting their key down. But yeah, it is true that they don't really have any resistance to elemental shit. Oh. You try to lop his guts. Ah, yeah. So I guess you use that massive Ultra Greatsword from Dark Souls 2, right? It's in all the Souls games. It's actually... I used it in Dark Souls 2 for, like, the first DLC onwards all the way through to New Game Plus 2. I had no idea that it was in the other games. That's really interesting. I just used a fucking sloth on you, and you're just gonna do this to me? Alright. Ow. I'm actually not going to use any finishing moves on her because if you don't use finishing moves on people, their stamina stays really low, whereas if you do it, their stamina like resets. So I'm just gonna keep her like stun locked in her finishing move, like vulnerable phase. I mean, I'll probably die before I continue this realization, but oh, I need the. Oh yeah, I don't have health regen on grapple anymore. Never mind. Tonfa is built for perma key break. Yeah, but I mean, like, it definitely is. But if you don't like using a Tonfa, then you have to use a weapon you don't like. It's definitely Hanzo in Way the Demon. Fuck, but yeah. Tonfa is definitely viable, but it's definitely like an acquired taste. Oh yeah, I've DM'd in D&D before. Back in the day, back in my prime. Just use the key pulse attack and beat people to death. What, with a Tonfa? I guess you still have to use a Tonfa. The thing is, like, I like to get people's ki down, but I also really don't like Tonfas, so I know that I'm not using the prime item for the job, but if I was using a Tonfa, I'd just be so miserable. Just hate him. I'm like, oh, I've just got sticks. Ugh. Was it a homebrew campaign? Yeah! My campaign is a bit, like, all over the place for me to just describe, but basically I used Lovecraftian monsters and like story concepts in like a fantasy world. So it was all about like mages and warlocks and things, but they were trying to summon like big boys, you know. So I stole a bunch of stuff from the Call of Cthulhu book and also a bunch of stuff from the D&D book, and used puzzles from the Dark Souls games and puzzles from like other games I've played that I really like. So it was more of a mishmash of stuff that inspired me rather than like a bunch of my own original ideas. Axe doesn't have guard key. But yeah, I was really big on D&D for a while. And then I just kind of overdid it for myself and then like absolutely got sick of it. Yeah, I like the axe, but there's only one move with the axe that I've bothered to use, and it's the one where you're in high stance and you just do that spin thing. Somersault to win. Oh. Yeah, that's oh wait, the high stance triangle finisher. I don't remember enough about it to remember like finishers. So I'm not sure. Pass. I'm gonna say pass. Key deleter. Yeah, that would make sense to me. If I hadn't used that attack, like, I would completely believe that. Oh, well, I seem a little bit better against this boss now. We could potentially go back to the Hollow Fortress and try that mission. Oh no, I'm not very good against Dodachis. We got it though. I thought more music was going to start. It's like, right, round 2. I always forget what these missions entail, so I go in like, uh-oh. It's crazy that the axe has such bad guard, then. I would kind of assume an axe to have really good guard. I mean, look at it. Big. Lovely. The Child Prodigy's Invitation. Potentially could do that. Demon King's Blade, Golden Nation. Chinese Bellflower Dagger. Oh, sorry. I had a DDC like 2 hours ago, so obviously I'm gonna burp for a while. Big, heavy, and unwieldy. Like holding a tire. Right, let's try the Golden Nation then. We're making really slow progress. I was like, we need to finish every single mission in Way of the Demon, and then we can do DLC in Way of the Demon. And judging by the fact that in Nioh 1 we did every single mission in Way of the Demon over the course of about 2 streams, let's budget that for our Nioh 2 experience. Let's budget 2 streams. I think we're on stream 3 and region 3. It's taken us forever. Any weapon that's dual wield has the best guard stat. Dual swords and tonfas, for example. Really, dual swords? I kind of expected them to be like pretty flimsy. That's quite a surprise. Ah! Sorry. I have cats. And I'm probably slightly allergic to them, but I will never bother to check. Spear is the inverse. Awful key damage but great guard key. Okay, that makes sense to me. Alright. Doodle-loot, 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 doodle-loot. Diet Coke. Sorry. Nothing special, just Diet Coke. I started drinking Diet Coke to sort of dispel a few really bad habits I had. And now I've lost loads of weight, but I also drink about 4 a day, which is really bad because they have links to certain types of cancer. Apparently, there's something in them that is like too early to know for sure whether it's a carcinogen, which is terrifying. Apparently, you're supposed to drink the stevia ones, but I can't find them. I don't know how you're supposed to get them. A doctor would just assume. Fair. I like that. Ah, no! Please, senor! Really, Shik? You gotta DM me that location. I like to buy Diet Coke in bulk, and like presumably eventually Stevia Coke in bulk, so I always get like the biggest crates that I can. And they're much cheaper. Like, I think it's 4 quid for a pack of 8, but it's 7 quid for a pack of 24, which is insane when you think about it. Ah. Maybe there's a place I can order it online. Like, you can get like trade websites that do things online in bulk. Sunny D! Isn't Sunny D like illegal in the UK? Yeah, exactly, Maverick. Like, I don't really mind sugar-free. I'm trying to keep calorie-free, or like as low calorie as possible. So it's not so much the sugar. I guess it's bad to eat sugar. And sugar usually comes hand in hand with calories. But I'm not necessarily going for like sugar-free this, sugar-free that. I'm just trying to go for like healthier options. Oh really? Oh, I thought the Sunny D wasn't sold anymore because it had like some crazy E numbers in. Did they bring it back? Did they bring it back? That probably shouldn't be, but that's just me. I don't know, you guys have like crazy regulations. I know that a bunch of your like there are some things that you guys can have in food that are apparently really dangerous and are out like illegal everywhere else. Like, I don't know if anybody from the UK has noticed, but you can't buy margarine in the UK. you can buy spread, and if you ever think you've bought margarine, you've actually bought spread. But margarine is illegal to buy and sell in the UK. Like it's like apparently really close in molecular composition to plastic, and even flies won't land on it. It's really bad for you. So companies stopped selling it and just sell buttery spread now. And like nobody noticed. Nobody noticed. You can't buy margarine in the UK, but you can buy it in the US. And apparently in the US, like some states even color it red so that it looks really unappetizing. Like we've got a lot of stuff that we can't buy or sell, and like you wouldn't even assume. There's one thing worse than a crow, a bume woman, and it's a red abume. I'm sure it's also sold in the Philippines. Oh, that's interesting. Last I checked. I don't often check on the butter market in the Philippines, so I'll take your word for it. Doin! Thank you for the host, Doin. Hello, everybody. Got my dinner, and it actually looks good this time. I'm glad to hear that, Jay. What are we eating? I hate abumes. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. Potato smile. Back to 100% Nioh. Oh yeah, you know it. You know it. Looking at the ingredients, nothing seems out of the ordinary. I don't know. It takes a lot for things to be like illegal here. I know that you guys are very like laissez-faire with your like food market. So there's a lot more available with you than us, but it's not like food over here is illegal like every day. But margarine, for some reason, can't buy it in the UK. Domicid! Doinky Raid! Hey guys! I finally know where your sub sound comes from. Doin! Doin. Have you been playing Bloodborne? The FDA exists for a reason. Yeah, I know. I know that the FDA exists for a reason, but you guys still do allow a lot more food than we allow. Beaten on Longo, nice. What do you think of it? What do you think of it? Looking on the DLC? Oh, cool. Alright, so what are your favourite bosses so far then? I wanna know everything. Let's dish. Then we get the better ending. Nice. Many Americans believe that banning anything means that you are an un-American communist who wants to rob them of their precious freedoms. Nerd Shrink, I have noticed that. I mean, it's probably like a vocal minority, but it's enough of a vocal minority for it to be heard and like acknowledged. And thank you for the follow, Nerd. I'm sorry for calling you Nerd. I felt really bad. Companies were selling literal poison as food. That's crazy. Steak, baked beans are rolled with this really delicious looking slice of sponge cake with whipped cream, strawberry gel, a whole strawberry and a chocolate cookie. That sounds amazing. It's a delicious meal. We're kind of a dumb country. You don't sound it at all. Okay, no worries, Nerd. I love Gascoigne's story, but I hate fighting him. I found Gascoigne so difficult. Like, the Cleric Beast, I beat in one try. Gascoigne took me 3 days. Well, 3 evenings after work. And then after I got past Gascoigne, the rest of the game was fine until the DLC, but I won't specify. We can talk about it afterwards. Logic classes teach me that those kinds of accusations are fallacies, or some such. The vast majority of Americans, only Americans, are allowed to criticize America. Interesting. I guess I can see that. Nerd Shrink! I don't have that many platinum trophies, but I am dedicated to them. Recently I've been thinking about making PSN accounts in different regions so that I can download different region versions of PlayStation games, like the Demon Souls in North America and the Demon Souls in Japan, and maybe the other Yakuza 0 versions, so I can do them again because they're easy. But yeah, what's your proudest plat, Nerd Shrink? I know Cos is a pain in the ass. Oh, you know about Cos. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Cos took me ages. Cos took me 3.5 hours. I really struggled with Bloodborne. I hadn't really played that many games before that weren't like The Witcher, where you can just get through it by spamming X. So I traded damage a lot, you know. I was really bad at being careful and being clever when I was fighting things. So I remember really struggling through Bloodborne, and then I lent it to my mate who has played other stuff, I don't really know, and I was watching him play on like PS Share, and Cos took him 5 tries, and everybody else was like first try. Ludwig was like third. Maria was second. Lawrence the Vicar was 1 try. I was like, In the Chalice dungeons, in the Cursed dungeon. Thanks for the follow. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. In the Cursed Chalice dungeon. The dog, the really infamous watchdog of the Old Lords, was like 2 tries. It was insane. Either Bloodborne or Dark Souls Remastered, nice. Would you ever go back and do Dark Souls on the PS3 just to have both of them, or are you ready to move on? Maria was the first try for me, the parry is her bane. I did not learn to parry during Bloodborne. I was like, oh, I can't be bothered. I had a really tough time with it. I've always preferred like bestial bosses, like Cleric Beast. Vicar Amelia was really fun. Who else? In Dark Souls 3, like, I love the mid-ear fight more than the Gale fight. Stuff like that. So I just couldn't be bothered to learn how to parry at all. I was like, I hate fighting people, hate fighting humanoid bosses. And I got into Bloodborne and was like, it's probably not that necessary to learn how to parry. It's probably fun. That was infamous. The dog was kind of easy. Well, some people find it really easy. Some people are stuck on it for ages. Mr. Wheelchair Guy was fun. Oh, I see what you mean. Ludwig. He was pretty good. I probably wouldn't go back on the PS3. Fair enough, Nerd Shrink. When he started zooming, that really caught me off guard. Yeah, if you don't do like the DLC and the Chalice dungeons before him, he's really lethal. Main game, Abritus. I despise Abritus. Abritus is rough. The person I lent the game to beat Abritus on the 2nd try. I was like, can I have that back, please? I actually really need it. Stop playing, please. So that was kind of annoying, but yeah, Abritus was okay. The thing was, I played Bloodborne on stream when I very first started streaming, and I had this situation where I would have people come in and be like, hey, can I co-op? And I'd be like, oh yeah, definitely. And then they'd come in like level 1000 with these insane builds and would just beat the enemies in like a single hit. So enemies like Ludwig, Abritus, oh dear, I didn't know you were still here. I would just I never really got to experience for the first time properly because I guess I didn't really know how to say no. I wanted to make friends on Twitch, you know. Started Dark Souls 3, so hopefully I have another platinum incoming. Dark Souls 3 is alright. It's not my favourite. I didn't like the main story, but I loved the 2nd DLC. The 2nd DLC is really good. But I found the main story a bit dull. But a lot of people really love it, so I'm happy to concede my opinion. Public Alpha's like nice. I never really understood what I heard about Crystal Sage being easy. That boss stumped me for so long. That's really interesting, Phil, because like, it's really interesting that you had such an easy time with the Watchdog, but really struggled with the Crystal Sage. Like, when I say that's really interesting, I don't mean it as like a token thing. That is really interesting. Just finished School of the First Sin, so I'm excited not to be playing that anymore. Oh man, Dark Souls 2 is my favourite. Like I said, I concede my opinion. I concede it. It's fine. I understand. Uh-oh. You just couldn't... Yeah, it was a very unpolished, very unfinished game. I think it was essentially like they like scrapped it several times during development and like retried and retried and retried. It was originally supposed to have like a nexus, like in Demon's Souls, and you could like teleport to the different areas, which I think is why the first 4 areas seem so random in their like proximity to each other. There was supposed to be like this huge civilization of Gurm warriors underground. There was just tons and tons of really interesting stuff that they intended to do with it and then never did because of like time constraints. The gutter was originally supposed to be really cool, like stacks of houses on top of each other with like railings going in between them, like much bigger as well, like vertically. So I acknowledge that I think that it could have been a lot better with the right time and the right patience. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's such a shame, you know. Anybody that doesn't live in California hates California. Oh, I really liked California when I visited it. Yeah, nerd, like, I think Illusory Wall has done lots of videos on the alpha stages of Dark Souls 2 because for some reason he has access to it, so he can like take a camera through all the old maps how they were supposed to be, and he like talks through it. It's really interesting. If you ever want to know more, like, you should definitely go and have a look at it. It's really cool. You missed the DS1 debug menu fun. What do you mean you miss it? Did they patch it out? Or do you just not do it anymore? Just no one's online anymore, fair enough. Oh wait, what do you mean? So like you would do it with co-op people or like PvP? You would just debug the shit? Wait, tell me more. I want to know about this. People cooped and then did crazy bullshit, okay. I just feel like I couldn't be as reckless as I like to be in DS2. A lot more hanging back and picking people off so I wouldn't get swarmed. Hey, Ape! Subscribe to the Prime if you've got 5 months. Thank you so much, Ape, for the 5-month subscription. It is a pleasure to have you. I swear we had this conversation like a couple days ago. But hello. Hello! Ah! How you doing, Ape? Yeah, I think that DS2, I don't know what your build was, like what your chosen weapons were and such in DS2, but DS2 really taught me to just put a shield down and like two-hand a weapon. So I put a shield down, two-handed the Zweihander, had much more fun with it. Like, you can be so much more fluid with it if you're not using a shield and playing defensively. Like I said, I don't know if you didn't use a shield and you still had the same experience. But for me, like, putting a shield away and just, like, hopping around was so fun. Like, I think it's what I really enjoy about it. You could control bosses. Oh, that is actually really cool. But no one who lives there. That's a shame, George. That's a shame. But it expired today. Oh, fair enough. I'll take it. Bruno! Yo, Bruno! What difficulty are you playing on? Oh, I'm playing on story mode. Story mode Nioh 2. How you doing, Bruno? It's Big Bear. Nioh was my first Souls game and next was Bloodborne. Explains why I don't like Dark Souls nearly as much. Yeah, Dark Souls is very slow. I don't think its combat has aged as well as like the purists would like to believe. I think that it's very clunky now. Especially if you play Bloodborne first, like you're probably so used to like a fluid, fast game focused on being offensive, and you know, I feel like I can completely understand. Two-handed the Lightning Club a lot in New Game Plus and New Game Plus 2. Did you enjoy it, or like did you still dislike it even more two-handing? I did enjoy. Oh right, you did enjoy it more than New Game. That's relief. That's good. It's always nice to hear. Birch, you feel sick? What's up, Birch? Oh yeah, there was like this really annoying thing that people could do in the original Dark Souls called dead angling, where they would like maneuver into a really specific place relative to your character and use it to backstab you when they shouldn't have been able to. And I know they edited out in the remaster, but they didn't edit loads of other stuff out, so that was really annoying. Oh, basically, I think that when you moved, your hitbox would follow you. Like, your backstab hitbox would follow behind you. Like, the hitbox wasn't attached to your character, it was like its own entity that followed very closely behind your character as you moved. So if people backstabbed your hitbox at very specific points, even when, like, you physically weren't there, like, after a roll or something, they could backstab you and then they shouldn't have been able to. That was very annoying in Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls PvP back on the PlayStation 3. yeah, it's good to see you, Bruno. What have we missed? What's happening in the life of Bruno? Just pre-ordered a PS5. I now know why you feel sick. Where did you pre-order it from? I looked on Game today, and they were all sold out. Sorry, I will read chat in a minute. Just I'm about to die, so. Right, there we go. Okay. I have to have at least 7 for my next stream. What do you mean? Oh, wow, I have a lot to read. Okay, I'm going back. I'm waiting for Corona to leave so I can look forward to scholarships in another country. Nice. What kind of countries are you looking at, George? I have to at least 7 for my next stream. Have to have at least 7? What do you mean? Agreed on the Bloodborne thing. That was the first game I played. Then I played Nioh, which is also quite fast. So I struggled so hard in DS1 when it first started. Yeah, I empathise a lot. Dead Angling was the one that got through shields by moving your character to the side. Backstab bullshit was just an overall issue with the Souls games. I remember in DS3 a lot during PvP I would go to backstab somebody and then my character would just stop the animation, so I guess that was that wind up. Fuck GameStop, what's up? Shop 2 is great. Shop 2 is really good. I pre-ordered Pokemon Soul Silver through Shop 2 and it arrived like 4 days early. People thought I had a review copy. Demon's Souls on launch. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get it. I probably wouldn't get it if I didn't stream, but I feel like it's probably a good, like, strategic move to make. I feel like I could probably get away with not having one for a while, but eventually it's gonna be probably for the best that I get one. And I also want one. So, but I mean, I'll only really play it on stream for a while. I don't know, I can't decide. Hey Cookie, how you doing? I wonder what level I am. Before I spend the money elsewhere, yeah. Fair enough, nurturing, yeah. I was relieved to see the price. Like, not happy, but relieved. What's the pre-order bonus? Should I play the Banner Saga on Twitch? I have it, but I haven't touched it since I got it. I've never heard of it, so I guess it depends on whether you like the look of it. Reaper's Scythe, that's cool. I'm not too amazed by pre-order bonuses unless they're like physical things. Like, I love a good art book, I love a good, like, little figurine. Nice steel book, you know. I don't care too much if it's like an in-game thing, like a skin. I know that Ghost of Tsushima had something, and I was like, meh. Cool, thanks. Yeah, oh, baby! Oh, cute. What is the baby called? Can I ask? Did you see the gameplay trailer? Yeah, I 100% did. I'm definitely gonna get the Demon's Souls remaster. I do prefer a nice physical pre-order bonus. His name is Evan. Ah, that's so cute. My cousin's called Evan. I haven't seen him in a while though. Boink! 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 Ow! Where's your poise, man? Cyberpunk will work on the PS5 at launch. That's really good. Oh yeah, the PS5 is going to be mostly backwards compatible, isn't it? Disney's making a She-Hulk movie. Interesting. Interesting. I'd be interested to see how that goes. Isn't the She-Hulk called Jenny? I'm going to say Jenny. Oh, series, okay. Yeah. I think that's the number I heard as well, Birch. That's good. I was worried that I was going to have to buy that again. That's cool, because I guess if my PS4 packs in when I'm streaming PS4 games, I can just use my backup PS4. My PS5. Right, I am going to just focus, because I will die if I don't, but I hope to be back to you all one day soon. What is with your poise? Wow, that's good. That's really good. That's been really good for me. Well, don't do that again. I'm stuck. Oh. Oh yeah, it comes out the same day. That's crazy. I was loudly talking on the phone in my garden today to my mum about getting the PS5, and then I was like, oh my god, my neighbours can hear me. What if they rob my house? What if somebody robs my house? Of course. Goodbye, goodbye, nerd. Say hi to Evan for us. Arnie film. Jingle all the way. Thank you, nerd. Thank you. Hey! That's not fair. Well, it is fair, but it's not fair because you did it to me, not the other way around. Or everyone wanted a Turbo Man and he stole it from his neighbour. I haven't seen many Arnie films, and now I'm thinking that maybe I should have. I like the Terminator, but that's kind of a given, like, you have to watch the Terminator. Hey, I've been thinking about platting Yakuza 0 again on like a different region. And I don't know what to do. I remember it so well because of the legendary playthrough and the fun I had on the aforementioned legendary playthrough. And then I'm like, but remember fishing. Remember Fantasy Zone. Remember the Hostess Club. All 15 hours of it, you know. Like, you remember some things well, Mert, but come on. Can't say that was fun. Remember the Proving Grounds? Proving Grounds 8 or whatever it was. See? Even you, a huge fan of Yakuza, is like, what? Really? No. There's 4 versions of it. There's a Hong Kong version, a Korea version, a Japanese version, and a worldwide release. I could do it 3 more times! Ape. I'm gonna die here. And I've tried very hard not to, which is especially annoying. Ow. I'm not very good against other Adachi users. This is something that I've noticed about myself. Oh yeah, I mean, that's a given, Maverick, that's a given. All that game spouts so much shit about sanctity of life, and then Kiryu like stabs a man in the heart and throws him out the window and is like, I don't kill, what are you talking about? I guess you could just sort of coast by on some of the dialogue choices, maybe? Hopefully? Hey, what? Did you just reflect that back to me? Do you have a Yata mirror? Please stop. Yeah, you throw a guy out of the window on like minimum 3rd floor. Kiryu's like, I do not kill. Yeah, most of it is just punch the bad guys, like... The sub-stories don't really care what you pick either, just like, depending on what you pick, you'll have more or less bad guys to fight. Yeah, they do, Mary, yeah. Chip Chip! Thank you for the follow, Chip Chip. Appreciated. Chip. Yakuza 3 on PC. Wasn't Yakuza 3 the one that had a really funny localization? So like they messed up the physics of it a bit, so it's very difficult to play. Like the snooker and stuff is really frustrating. Snooker. Oh yeah, I guess they play pool, don't they? I hope they do. It would be a shame to take their time like porting it to a PC and not fix the problems. Also, baseball in Yakuza 0. That took me like 4 hours, and I was getting very upset with it as well. Like it's just dreadful. I just feel like baseball wasn't made to be done on a PlayStation at all. Hey Luther, how you doing? I've seen you loads lately. I'm really glad that you like hanging out with us. But 7 has a release date while you can't play 3 to 6. That's kind of dumb. Right, I live near the Sega headquarters. I'll go and speak to them if you want. MLB. Pretty good? Too good. Suspicious. The Sega rep! That was the best thing that's ever happened to me. I was like, oh my god, I've peaked! I've peaked! Oh, Major League Baseball. Oh. Oh god! Oh! Midnight snack time, that makes sense. Corby the Orby. Hey Corby. Life is good right now. Life is good. How is life for you? What the hell is cricket? Cricket is really fucking boring. Like, I can't even... It's so boring. Matches go on for days. Sometimes matches go on for like 5 days. And it's just guys in like pristine white clothes standing around. Somebody throws a ball, a guy hits it with a big boat oar, flies off. And then they like do some stuff and then they just do that for 5 days and it takes forever. Oh my god, it's so boring. I fancied a guy in 6th form and I wanted to get to know him better and I knew that he liked cricket, so I was like, oh, I really like cricket as well. Should we go and watch a cricket match? And he was like, oh yeah, they're playing at like Nottingham cricket grounds this weekend if you want to go and see a match. And I was like, oh yeah, I love cricket. And I was like, oh, a match, that's like football, isn't it? It'll be like 90 minutes. So I went along. It was like 8 fucking hours, and it was so boring, and we had nothing in common, and we didn't click at all. And I had nothing to talk to him about. It was the worst judgment I've ever made in my life. I was like, why did you offer fucking cricket? Oh, cricket's awful. Life is good as an all we can get for me. Cricket is just golf, but way worse, and golf is shit. Concur. At least with golf, you've got crazy golf. You don't get crazy cricket. Golf can be fun to play. I don't find it fun to watch. Especially the golf on GTA. So much fun. Ow. I think we have a pretty bad football scene over here as well. Just makes people into real dicks, like real dicks. You know, like all sports, especially snooker. Interesting choice, interesting choice. I used to box, and I like to watch boxing when it's on TV. Like if I'm in a bar and they're showing boxing, I'll be like, yeah, this is something that I am enjoying consuming right now. But I don't know anybody who's like, you know, I don't pay attention to the scene. I don't know who boxes. I just watch people hit each other. Yeah, I did see the Demon's Souls gameplay. It looks really good. The thing is, rugby looks really violent, but the people who play it are like real decent. The thing is, in football, you can like cry foul a lot, and people dive a lot. People pretend that they get hit a lot. So you essentially just watch a bunch of grown men who get paid like 250k a week fuck around and pretend that they've hurt their leg for the sake of a penalty. But in rugby, like they just kind of get things done. Like somebody will like break their nose and they'll just like grab a bit of tape and just fasten it down so it doesn't wobble around, and then they'll just like run back out onto the pitch. And then like you watch the after like match and like the interviews after the match and stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, well it was actually a really good play today. The rival team were excellent, and you're just like, oh okay, that's it's just really weird. Like it's weirdly civilized, even though it looks very violent. That's why you like hockey. Hockey is pretty cool. We don't really have hockey here, mainly on account of the fact that we don't really have that much ice. But hockey's cool. Hockey's cool. I remember playing it a bit at school. It was fun, I think. In the old primary school. Once you get to a certain point, like as a girl in secondary school in the UK, they're like, so do you want to do ping pong or trampolining? And you're like, I'll do ping pong please. And they're like, cool, 5 years of ping pong coming up. And then you just do ping pong for 5 years because they just give up. So you miss out on all the really cool stuff like hockey and rugby. I'm gel that you guys get to do that shit. Yeah, we did hockey in primary school. We'd have like our little plastic hockey sticks and like... Well, the thing is, we didn't even have pucks, right? We didn't even have pucks because obviously we don't have any ice here. So we do it with like a ball. So, I mean, by the very definition, it probably isn't exactly hockey, but that was what we were told it was, so... People realised concussions were a thing, so they added a bunch of safety stuff. Yeah, that's been more or less the case here as well with a lot of sports. I'm left-handed, so hockey was shit. Oh, no! Precious. Yeah, they had that here as well. The thing is with boxing is that they added boxing gloves to stop people from dying, but more people die when you box with gloves than without, because people get like very complacent about hitting other people on the head when they're wearing gloves, because they're like, oh, it's fine, it'll be fine. So you're actually more likely to kill somebody, or you're more likely to see somebody die at a match with gloves than a match without. You aren't allowed to play hockey left-handed? Alright, that makes sense. I remember we had like a little left-handed team when we played, probably just for the sake of inclusivity, but it sucks that you just weren't allowed to play. Good night, Luther. I hope you enjoyed your midnight snack. Hockey ain't hockey unless you can check the motherfucker who upset you into the wall. I mean, we were 11-year-old girls. I don't... Maybe that happened? If it did, I don't remember. Is it really, Abe? Is it really? That sucks. And you missed out on a very... I don't know, if you were in the UK, then you probably wouldn't have given a shit. You're just like, oh no, I don't get to sweep this ball around. Person in America actually did a study on pro NFL game for television viewers. They found that television viewers only watch around 12.5 minutes of actual gameplay due to commercials, timeouts, flags, and injuries. TV viewers spend more time watching the players standing on the sidelines than playing. Oh, that sucks. That's, at least, are you paying for it? Like, is it a waste of your money or is it just a waste of your time? That's fair enough, Corby. I mean, stuff's very different over there as it is over here. I respect your right to violence. Oh, fair enough, Jay. Fair enough. Go away. You're a pain in the bum. Damn it. I still might not feel completely ready for this guy. I remember when I stayed in the US, you guys do have a lot of adverts. But for me, I was like, oh cool, foreign adverts. So I was like, wow, this is amazing. I can get a mattress for half price at the Duvet King or whatever. Corner kick, sponsored by Geico. One of the most injuries in sports history has to be that hockey player who got his neck slashed open by someone's skate. Oh, that made my palm go all weird and squishy. Capitalism, man. Yeah, dude, capitalism. Catch me outside with that shit, you know. I bet you watched that on fucking Live Leak, Shekel. Tell me I'm wrong, honestly. Oh. Yeah, they put ads on NBA 2K. That's horrible. Imagine paying full price for a game and then having to watch ads. I don't know who owns NBA 2K, but wow, what a design decision, really. You've got the same music as on Ryoki, I've just realised. I don't watch TV, I'm on YouTube, Twitch more than TV. Same. I actually, in the UK you have to buy a TV licence to watch TV. And I was like, well, I'm not buying a TV licence, so I haven't watched TV in like 2 years. So maybe more. Except when I'm home with my parents because they have a TV licence. Once you guys lost your entire empire, we kind of took centre stage. Really? I don't know, man. I feel like you have a very twisted perception of world events. You definitely have like centre stage when it comes to hilarious politician hijinks, but no. No! Like, no. Have you ever travelled outside of the US? I stream videos and movies. Oh, fair enough, Jay. I actually feel really bad about streaming stuff. Like, I feel really bad. I used to do it a lot. Now, if I buy a film, I actually pay for it. Like, I don't know what happened to me. I don't know what happened to me. Oh, Ape, I had no idea. I hope it gets banned as well. I really hope so. Loot boxes are so predatory, especially in games aimed at children. Mate, you fucking boomer. What did I do now? What did I do now? Tell me what I did. Do I want to fight Yoshitetsu? I can't be asked. I still can't be asked. Sorry. Disgusting! Oh, right. Yeah, I pay for films. I don't watch that many films, so it's not like a huge expenditure. TV license is dumb. Because they're like, oh, you pay for a TV license for the BBC. So, like, the BBC, in theory, doesn't have any adverts. So you pay for the TV license for the cost of maintaining the British broadcasting company. But the BBC does have adverts now. And they make you pay for a TV license even if you don't have the BBC. So if you opt into like a box that doesn't have BBC channels, you still pay for it. So it's really stupid. Like, the reason that the TV license was created just fell through so fast. The BBC apparently has TV tracker vans. I don't think so. I don't think we do. Mainly you just get asked if you have one, and you can say like no, and then they have to go away. They're not allowed to come into your house, and they don't have that kind of jurisdiction. So like, if they find out that if you have one, you pay £1,000 fee, £1,000 fine, but they don't really have the power to check. Yeah, they say they do, but it's not. It's a lie. Like, they definitely don't have the power to check. One time someone came to the door, yeah, and you can just be like, go away, and they have to go away. I only have a console anyway. For any screen I have in the house, I have a console attached to it, and no, like, you know, TV box, so... you can go online and just be like, I don't need a TV license because all of my screens are used for gaming or something, and then they just like, oh, thanks for letting us know. I'm pretty sure the BBC has adverts. It definitely has sponsored content. The British military has called them out a couple of times. I don't really follow the British military. We just told them to go away, and yeah, they can't do anything. They just don't have that jurisdiction. Like, they're not like the police where they can go and fetch a warrant. You just like, nah, and they're like, okay, then they leave. It has ads, but not between programs. Okay. Also, hey Baker. So yeah, like, it's got ads. It might not be between programs, but it still has ads, which is like exactly what it was designed to not have in the first place. That's why you're supposed to pay a licensing fee. So now they have ads and they charge you like 100 something a year. I'm like, I'm not paying for that to watch the fucking BBC. Our BBC is so politically paid off, like corrupt as fuck. Do you remember when Boris Johnson turned up to the Memorial Day parade, trashed, hungover? He looked like shit, and he basically like missed his cue and just like walked out of line to go and put his wreath down like at the wrong time. Something that boomers would get really upset about. He like completely like disrespected the Memorial Day parade. Like he turned up in a tragic state. So what the BBC did was that they took footage of before he arrived, took footage from a previous year where he was like well kept and he turned up well and he did it all, and they put it and they sliced it in, and then they put footage afterwards. So they like sliced it in between, and people picked up on it like straight away. They were like, you've edited in footage of Boris Johnson's better days and have used it to like make him look better. And they were like, oh yes, it was a mistake. It was a complete mistake, a complete accident. And it's like, how do you accidentally edit in footage from how do you accidentally go to your footage cupboard, your footage file, accidentally find footage of Boris Johnson, accidentally start the footage, accidentally pause the footage, accidentally splice in the exact footage so it looks seamless, and then accidentally return to the other footage, and accidentally, and then how? And it was so transparent. It was dreadful. Like they made like the Labour Party look like extremists. Well, the thing is, the BBC was very much created to not be corrupt and very much created to not be biased, and they do very proudly expout their like lack of bias. And it's just a shame. Like, they're just really appalling. Oh, that's good. Thank you, Shekel. That did a video on it a while ago. You illegally watched Bargain Hunt. They are really biased. Like, it's even in the way that they use language. I think we were talking about it before. Like, when they describe things that like Boris Johnson does, they use like very neutral sounding words, very passive, very like approachable sounding words. So they'll be like, Boris Johnson entertained questions from the press. Boris Johnson, even things like Boris Johnson explained his reasoning to the press. Boris Johnson engaged the press in a discussion about. But when it was like Jeremy Corbyn, they were like, Jeremy Corbyn harassed the press with his answers. Jeremy Corbyn combated the press. Jeremy Corbyn aggressed on the press, and it's like. He just replied to the questions that he was asked. Like, stop doing that, and with that very like subtle implicit bias that it builds up, it creates this impression that you have of a person that you didn't even realize was being made. Like, you think you make your own observations of somebody and come to your own judgments, and it's just because you've heard somebody else like very carefully choose their words. Hey Bruno, well that's what my stream's all about. Lady Mert's news and opinions on Britain today. Give me your opinion, Bruno. Give me your opinion. It took us like 6 hours to do this, but it was definitely an accident. Like, I tripped and fell, and the spliced footage landed in the reel, and oh no, then it accidentally, just dreadful. It's conditioning. It is a very careful conditioning. Like, a lot of the people in the UK who like voted for Brexit did so on the back of some very like thin lies. Things like, we'll take the money we give to the EU and put it into the NHS, that kind of bullshit. And then the people who promised that afterwards were like, well, we never said that explicitly. And it was like, well, yeah, you did, And even people who didn't thought that they were doing something really bold and really noble and making the UK great again, and they weren't. And it's like very, very careful use of language to mould people's ideas. Jeremy Corbyn seems to be a bit of a laughingstock. Jeremy Corbyn was a very, very good candidate. A very good candidate. He wanted to like close the tax loophole that allows billionaires to, get away with like tax-free earnings. He wanted to improve this, improve that, and he had like this fully costed manifesto. It's very rare for a political party to have a fully costed manifesto. I remember he presented his manifesto and he was like, we're going to do this, 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 and this. We're going to take the money from this. We're going to close this tax loophole and use that money to fund this. We're going to do this. And he uncovered he uncovered plans that Boris Johnson had. Using the Freedom of Information Act, he uncovered plans that Boris Johnson had to like carve up the NHS and sell it. And he brought that to one of his debates. Like, he was cool. I really liked Corbs. I voted for him. I thought he was sound. But the media made him look like he was some kind of crazy hippie. He was clever. I really liked him. Yeah, the media's exactly as Ape said. Well, Seok-chan, that's completely valid. Like, I know some people who voted for Brexit on the basis of actual research into the EU, and they didn't like, whatever the EU were offering or whatever the EU were asking for. That's fine. But it was people who were making assumptions based on like this very, very obvious lie. These like really flimsy promises. Because they wanted to get rid of immigration, and then actually leaving the EU didn't affect immigration. That kind of stuff. We want to make people like, we want to make the UK great again. Like, it's just rhetoric. Just rhetoric. That's what they did. Hey TK, how you doing? I remember the "Who Are You" flip. Which one was that? What the fuck is Brexit? So basically, one of our recent prime ministers, David Cameron, suggested really randomly that we should just leave the EU, and it wasn't really on the back of anything. I don't really remember much like public outcry for that. So then as soon as he was like, let's leave the EU, he stepped down, and he let somebody else take over. He was like, I've made this decision, but I'm not the person who can carry us forward to the end. So he started the snowball and then just like legged it. He was like, nah, I'm not doing this anymore. So like in comes Theresa May, and she has to try and like make these deals that David Cameron has promised and then just fucked off. And then like Theresa May eventually stands down and Boris Johnson comes in. And Boris Johnson's whole like election thing was very similar to Trump's in the way that it was like, let's make Britain the way it was before. Let's bring back the old Blitz spirit, and just became like this really hollow, just like these very hollow promises. It was basically like Make America Great Again, but for English people. And like boomers just ate into it so much. My parents so just frothing at the mouth for some Brexit action. And then eventually, I think the vote was like 45% stay and 55% leave. So half of the country wanted to stay in the EU and half of the country wanted to leave the EU. But obviously, leave won and we left in January. 52 to 48, yeah. Promised and fucked off, yeah. I don't really watch TV, to be honest. Most of the politics is buggered. Parliament never has an idea of what they're doing and are running around like headless chickens. Me and my family aren't British, but I could apply for citizenship, but I didn't. Me and my dad just watched the news, and I'm kind of disappointed because this is one of the countries that used to be great, but hasn't seen glory in a while. I honestly prefer to just play games, study, and watch porn in peace. That's really valid. I feel like we became like a great nation on the back of imperialism, and we were a big facet in the slave trade. We colonized countries. We did really unspeakable things. We invented concentration camps in, I think, Africa. We invented concentration camps. Like, we were a great country, like, on paper, but we weren't a great country. And obviously we gave away, we let our previously colonized countries become like a commonwealth after the Second World War, I think. And then all of a sudden all the boomers are like, well, what about the British Empire? I'm like, we sold slaves, Marjorie. Like, who gives a shit about the British Empire? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the time of empires is over. This isn't fucking Genghis Khan. Like, just chill. Like, who cares if we're not a great nation? We can be a great nation in other ways. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Theresa was like so long ago, wasn't she? Yeah, they're like oh, Paul Burton from Dan Street says like, oh yeah, we used to win wars, and it was like you weren't even born during World War II, Paul. Like, put a sock in it. They're like, oh yeah, get that Blitz spirit. We get that Blitz spirit back. We're Britain and we're the Blitz spirit. I'm like, do you know what the Blitz spirit was? Like, we shat ourselves in our houses while half of us got bombed to tits. Like, there's no such thing as the Blitz spirit. Rationing food because you can't afford food as a country, so you have to ration it out, and everybody has to go on food stamps for 4 years. Oh, there's your Blitz spirit, fucking Donald. Like, oh, sorry, Margaret. Sorry, Margaret, we don't have our Blitz spirit anymore. Like, oh, why don't you make your own clothes? That's Blitz spirit. Jeez, these fucking boomers, man, I tell you. Yeah, you are right as well, Abe. Yeah, the 13 colonies didn't want slavery and didn't have a choice. Well, I mean, they were largely like, I mean, didn't you guys have slavery after we left? Like, after the American Revolution, didn't you still have slavery? UK and the West was the only civilization on the planet to actually stop slavery, so I guess we learned something. It's just, there's just so much, like, fundamental disrespect for, like, other cultures and things. It is funny how much our economy depends on people buying pointless crap. Like, our economy shouldn't depend on consumption, you know, as much as it does. You know, the fact that the whole world has ground to a halt whilst, like, 5 people have gotten billions and billions of dollars richer just goes to show that it's not really that sustainable a model in times of, like, uncertainty. And it's not even really that sustainable a model day to day. Like, we were talking about the American debt, the American, like, education debt and stuff previously. It just doesn't really make that much sense for us to have, like, unchecked capitalism. I don't mind capitalism, but unchecked capitalism, I think, is not sustainable at all. Like, the middle class in America is disappearing. Even if it even existed, like, it's just a shame, you know. But yeah, that's what Brexit was. if the last 20 minutes of me you know, insulting old people has told you anything. Hey! Thank you for the sub, Bruno. I'm glad that you've enjoyed the stream. I'm glad that you've enjoyed me getting angry at straw men. I'm glad that UK is out of the EU. Really? So TK, are you in the UK, or are you in the EU, or are you completely separate from both? At that point, the southern states needed slavery to function. Didn't only rich people have slaves though? Like, only a few people owned slaves. It was a very small percentage. Most of the lower classes made do without, right? Oof. Just knew I had to get the sub. Bruno, I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. I'm from Brazil, but I follow EU politics being half German. Oh, fair enough. Well, I don't really like that the UK is out of the EU. Because it really limits opportunities. Like, we're a tiny island, you know. We could really do with opportunities that the EU afforded us, especially like young people living, working, holiday. Like, one of the people I work for, like the CTO at my job, lives full-time in Italy. Just like expat in Italy. And he's been living there for a while, and he voted Brexit, and he lives in Italy. And he was like, yeah, I don't want immigrants in the UK, yeah, I live in Italy, but I voted Brexit. But then the local Italian government came to him and they were like, if you don't learn Italian, we're going to revoke your dual citizenship. Like, if you're not from an EU country anymore, you need to learn Italian, you need to prove that you know Italian, otherwise we are going to have to deport you back to the UK, because you won't, you know, you need to learn Italian to have an Italian citizenship. And he was like, what the fuck? What do you mean I have to have an Italian citizenship to live in Italy? What? This is ridiculous. This is illegal. And I'm like, what the fuck did you think? Like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen? Like, you voted for Brexit because you hate immigrants, and you are an immigrant. He was like, all these immigrants coming in, not learning English. I'm like, what? Wait, what? That was amazing. I think I don't even know what the story is over there. As far as I know, he's still in Italy, but just the fact that he was like, wait, I voted for Brexit because I hate immigrants, but not when I'm the immigrant. Oh my god, yeah. Ape, I used to have a mate whose parents moved to France when he was a child, so he used to live in Nottingham near me, and I visited him once. And his family had moved to France like ages ago. They'd been in France for like 10 years, and his parents, they'd gone out of their way to get an authentic experience, so they'd moved to a really remote part of France, village full of French speakers, nobody spoke English, and they didn't bother to learn French. So like the kids all knew French because they had to go to school and stuff, but the parents, when you went out to like the cafe with them, the parents would still be like, hello, can I have some bread and some, I don't know, jam please? Can I have bread and a coffee to like the locals? I was like, why do you live here? Why do you live here? Like, oh my god. English people in foreign countries are dicks. We are dicks. Speaking English really slowly. I have a question with nothing to do with what you're saying, but could you theoretically date the child of your employer? Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. The employer, I think you're not allowed to date your employer because your employer has like a position of power over you. So like, you can't date your boss because your boss has control over your employment. Your boss can get you fired if they want. Your boss can dictate whether or not you get raises. You know, it's a huge power imbalance, and it can make people feel like they have to stay in a relationship they don't want, for the sake of like keeping their boss happy, because I don't want to break up with you because then you might fire me, you know. I think that's why you're not allowed to have relationships with your employers. But I mean, if it's the child of your employer, it's fine, I think. It might be a bit awkward, you know. But I think it should be alright, right? Migrants are a problem, but not necessarily. Unchecked migration, though, is totally a problem. I suppose. But that wasn't really the thing that I was talking about in that situation. That guy, I'm pretty sure, just doesn't like people of colour. Like, from the kind of other stuff I've heard him say, like, he just doesn't really. It's like, he doesn't mind German immigrants. He doesn't mind Polish immigrants. He doesn't mind, you know, such and such. But he does mind, you know, immigrants from the Middle East. He does mind, you know, that kind of thing. So I don't think that for him it was about immigration. I think for him it was just about low-key racism and like covering that as immigration. Oh my god, I missed so much. UK could fit inside Texas with room to spare. Yeah. What about that? Oh no, I died. Probably make things a bit more expensive and people in the UK will now have to apply for citizenship. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world that we... thingy. It's not the end of the world that we are out of the EU, but it's a shame, you know. IT was funny because I'm technically a Forgineer. When this issue came up, people would say, we want immigrants out of our country. Then I would turn around to them and say, what about me? Oh no, you're one of the good ones. Yeah, like... Sorry. Yeah, like... People who don't like immigration usually invent like straw men. And thanks for following, TK. I'm glad you enjoyed the conversation. I'm glad we didn't scare you off with that political discussion. People who don't. What was I gonna say? Yeah, people invent like these straw men immigrants that come in and like steal our benefits and, you know, steal our jobs, but actually, like they don't. They don't. And also proportionally. Even when you consider it, you know, proportionally more British nationals commit benefit fraud than immigrants. So it's just like all these lies made up to just, you know, you pin the blame on somebody else rather than like address the root cause. That typing though, oh man, yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to organise a next year. I'm trying to organise a weekend away with my cousins. Only 4 of us, you know. We're respecting the 6-person rule. We're looking to go away in January just for a weekend. I'm really excited, but I am the person organising it, so I'm trying to get one of them to commit, and it's really annoying me. EU is quite much to fix and improve, though. The way it is, it's a mess. Interesting. I'm writing a romance story. One of the main characters is a hospice worker who is hired by an elderly man, and she helps the man rekindle his relationship with his estranged son. She ends up marrying the older son and becoming really good friends with the younger son. That doesn't sound particularly dodgy to me, I guess. Immigration should be a melting pot, not a salad. How do you mean? Before he dies, of course. To be honest, it's kind of sad that there's still a House of Lords. I mean, most of the people who work for the House of Lords don't have like career progression to like earn from being in the House of Lords. It's much more of like I know they get paid a bit, but it's much more of like a volunteer role to be a Lord. Apparently, because my friend works for the Houses of Parliament. He used to be a tour guide there, but now he's like moved up in the ranks. I don't know specifically what he does, but he was saying that most of the people of the Houses of Lords, most lords in the House of Lords are there more on like a voluntary basis. They're not volunteers, but it's more they're people who don't want to be career politicians. It's people that actually like want to make a difference. So the House of Lords is actually much more left-leaning than the House of Commons. What are you thinking of going, we're just going to go to the Centre Parks in Sherwood Forest? House of Lords is more sensible, I think so. In a melting pot, everything misses together and shares a single identity. In a salad, everything is mixed, but nothing is cohesive. I like that metaphor, yeah. They're the ones calling for gambling regulation on loot boxes. Government will probably ignore it. Of the EU, Eastern Europeans particularly were able to come to the UK and claim for their families back home, which was more than their normal wages there. Yeah, I know. Shekel has told me about it a bit. So I do think that kind of thing is is like a bad thing, but I know that more UK nationals commit benefit fraud than immigrants. Although I should find a source for that. I definitely read a source a while ago, but I definitely don't have it to hand with me now. So if you decide to disregard that, then I would understand. You don't come to America to be Chinese, Italian, whatever. You come to America to be American. That's really interesting because I know that American people have a really interesting sense of identity. Like, when you meet an American, they'll be like, oh, actually I'm Italian. And then you're like, but where were you born? And they're like, oh, Florida. And you're like, so you're American? And I'm like, no, my grandparents are Italian, so I'm Italian. And I haven't seen that in any other country anywhere else. Like, my friend is born and bred Missouri, but he's very proud of his Scottish heritage, so he tells me that he's Scottish. And I'm like, that's fair. If you have Scottish heritage, you're very proud of your Scottish heritage. But it's really strange to me because that's not something that we do in the UK at all. Like, my dad is Scottish, and my grandparents are Scottish, but I would just say I'm English. I was born in England. Yeah. Boomers are the worst for that stuff. Especially boomers who, like, complain that immigrants are taking their job, and then they make working in retail and like food an actual living hell. I'm Brazilian and I'm very proud German and Portuguese. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that, but the money stay in the UK economy and not going abroad. I in no way condone any benefit for them. Fair enough. Fair enough. I suppose that's a good point. Outside of like sports games, like good job you were born. I mean, not even that, it's like, good job your grandparents were born, you know, like, oh, your grandparents are from Italy. Good job. And like, oh, I've met a few people who have used it as an excuse to be really unpleasant. Like, I know one guy whose grandparents are Italian and he is in Florida, and he was like, oh yeah, I'm just a bit of a dick, like, I say it how it is, I upset people, but I mean, it's because of my Italian blood, and I'm like, maybe you're just a dick. Like, maybe you're just not very nice to be around. Like, maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe you shouldn't be proud of that. America was born out of an idea that anybody could join and be free to live how they want and be as free as humanly possible. All sorts of cultures and identities blend together to form a unique identity. I know, but like, that doesn't really address what I was saying. Like, it's still a very remarkable and strange patriotism to another country to be like, oh yeah, I'm Italian. You know, like, oh, immigration should be a melting pot, not a salad, but America seems to already be a salad, you know? People are born and bred in Kentucky being like, oh yeah, I'm actually Spanish. Like, no, you're American. I also know a few people that use their culture as a good excuse for them to absolute fucking cocksuckers. Yeah. The thing is, I know people who use their, like, London born and bredness to do that as well. I used to be housemates with a girl who was like, oh yeah, I'm a Londoner, like, I'm an absolute bitch all the time, and it's because I'm from London, and I'm like, maybe it's because you're just an absolute bitch, like, just don't be a bitch, and you won't have to excuse it by saying that you're from London. Like, stop, please, you know? It's really annoying. I don't say like, oh yeah, I really like wearing tights and like stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. It must be because I'm from Nottingham, like that old Robin Hood blood. Like, no, I'm just from Nottingham. It really, really gets to me. It's like people who say like, oh, sorry, I'm just known to be like really spiteful. I'm a Scorpio. I'm like, well, sorry that your like cloud god said that you needed to be rude to me today. Like, please stop. I think what I'm basically trying to say is that I don't like people who are mean. I think that's my key point. Man, astrology though. Like, I'm a Capricorn, and I think that's cool. Like, when I see people do art of the different star signs, I'm like, that looks really cool. Like, there was an artist I used to follow who would release a yearly calendar of these amazing dragon paintings. Like, these amazing dragon paintings for each star sign, and they were so good. And I would get the calendar every year. And I was like, that's cool, I'm proud of my star sign here. But I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I'm like really introverted and like I only ever read, and that's kind of my whole personality, just like reading. I'm a Capricorn, like you wouldn't understand. Like the amount of personal identity that people put on very meaningless labels is a plague, honestly, a plague. There's ethnic identity and then there's your national identity. Just because your ancestors are from a different country does not mean you got to change your entire identity to it. I don't understand what point you're trying to make in, like, contrary to mine. Because I am talking about people that say that they're Italian when they are not from Italy, when they were born in America. Like, people who say they're Italian first before they say they're American, or flat out refuse to say they're American. Almost as though, like, it's as genetic as having, like, brown hair. You know? Like, oh, my grandparents are Italian, so they passed down the Italian gene. Passed it down, the Italian gene, to me. I just don't get it. Yeah, the star signs are like D&D character sheets, yeah. Like, you'll get your character sheet, but you'll just play as yourself anyway. Europe, most of the national identity is based in your ethnic identity. Well, that's the same across all continents, all of the world, you know? Asia, I guess not South America, but like Asia, Europe and stuff like that. Like, I don't say like, oh, actually I'm like half Scottish, or like, oh, I'm Scottish. I'm just like, oh, I'm English, you know? Is it because I'm Portuguese? Nah, it's because I'm a dick. That's fair. I'm a Taurus, so that means it's okay for me to be an asshole. I've heard that. Well, I mean, like, that's what I'm talking about in regards to, like, people who say that they're mean because they're from Italy and stuff, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure the Americas is the only place that I've seen that phenomenon. You know, the thing is, in Europe, most of your national identity is the same as your ethnic identity. Yeah, but that's the same in, like, most places, you know? But also, like, I haven't really bothered to look at my family tree very much. But if I found out that my grandparents were from France, I wouldn't say, oh, I'm French, you know? Like, we don't really place that kind of recognition on those kinds of, like, irrelevant details, because they're not relevant, you know? My grandparents are from France, great. That doesn't mean anything for me. It just means that my grandparents are from France. I'm not French. I'm Hungarian, English, Irish, and Native American, but I'm American first. I don't know, man. I'm like, your ancestors are those, and you can say that your ancestors are from those places. I just find it really strange that you refer to that as, like, your personal identity, you know? I understand why Native Americans want to have that cultural identity, because that is their identity. They are Native American, like, just because they live in, like, old or new America doesn't make any difference. But things like Hungarian, I'm like, meh. Then I would, what do you mean? Thoroughbred Scottish, yeah. Jedi, born, raised in Scotland, family Scottish, fine by me, you know? I'm English and Irish. Right. But you were born in America. Well, yeah, Bruno, but that's the point I'm trying to make when people use it as a shield. I don't know, we can agree to disagree if you want. All I'm saying is that I just don't really understand it. Like, it just seems a bit superfluous to me. people in the back. Yeah. Right, let's go. Ah, you got auto-fotted, Jedi. Soz. To be fair, Jedi, I think we added that as a allowed term and it still gets people auto-thotted, so I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do beyond it. Like, I don't really mind the word. I probably won't say it out loud, but I don't really mind it in chat. I don't even see that much of an issue with the word itself, but I know that apparently it's like a real big no-no to say in other places. Like in Australia and stuff, you can just throw it around like a comma and people won't notice, but and then with like certain demographics it gets taken really badly. You actually say it too much. I sometimes say it too much and then realise I'm saying it in like a completely inappropriate scenario, and then I'm like, oh, and then it gets really awkward. We're talking about the C word, Mordred. Yeah, like how in other countries like doing a thumbs up is like a really demeaning thing, and doing like the peace sign means something else, and doing like a middle finger means something else. Like I would go in and be like, and just get punched. With the hoe element? What do you mean? What? Slag. Oh, right. It's not bad. I haven't found that much use for it yet. A useless slag. Really? I think words only mean as much meaning as you give them. I think if a word doesn't represent like... something horrible for like a minority, it's pretty fair game. But I think my only problems are with words that sort of exemplify what's the word? Discrimination. Like the F word when talking about homosexual people is a really bad one. And obviously there's the obvious one, you know, I won't mention it, but I don't like those words at all, because I think they make people, if people ever hear them who are part of that demographic, they feel very like, what's the word? Very like uncomfortable, very like unwelcome. I hate those kinds of words. But I mean, like, if the standard C word I don't really have much of a problem with. I use it a lot off stream. It's all based on context as well. Use slag to buff your damage, so you use the slag weapon to apply the slag effect, then switch to... Okay, cool. Right, I get it. People are different, so whatever, some hate, some don't. So, I don't know, I think that's a very broad thing to say. And it's not on you to expect a member of, like, a persecuted minority to know what context you're saying it in. So, like, you might slap out a word meaning it with the best intentions, but you can't expect a person to know whether or not those intentions are good. Like, that's your... You should just shouldn't say it. Words have the power to give them. I definitely agree with that, like, with general swear words, but some words do have power, and if you're part of the minority that was used, that word was used against, then you will know that firsthand. It's on them, not me. I deal with my shit, so do them. I don't like that attitude at all. I'm not gonna respond to this conversation anymore. I already feel uncomfortable as it is. That's alright, Bruno. I didn't mean about that. Just try and imagine, like, the worst word. That's alright, TK. It's just a difficult subject, I guess. I don't mind bitching about Boris Johnson all day, but it's definitely not on me, like a white, cisgendered woman, to discuss, to, like, excuse words that have been used to oppress people. Like, it's definitely not on me. So bastard. I always run out of yokai juice just before somebody does like a red attack. Oh, see, I ran out then. I didn't even realise at the time. There we go. Well, what is everyone's favourite TV show? Oh, I know Jedi. What's The Boys? Just watched Lucifer. I've heard of Lucifer. Have you seen Demon Souls? I have seen Demon Souls, unless you actually mean Des, in which case I haven't seen Des. Oh, what's up, dog? Sorry. Holmes and Howard, you actually? What's Swamp People? I don't know anything that any of you are talking about. What if the Justice League was privatized and superheroes were horrible human beings? Alright, that sounds pretty edgy. Aha! I did say the thing. The one with David Tennant. No? I've never heard of that. And I love David Tennant. Well, I like David Tennant. I feel positively towards David Tennant because of Doctor Who. It's also extremely violent. That sounds kind of edgy. I like that. Like extreme, really. Is it like if superheroes did actually like realistic damage? Like when they punch somebody with like super strength, you know? They actually make their like organs eject out the back of their... Alright, cool, yeah. Boys is pretty good, and Des is only 3 episodes, but so creepy. So what is Des then? What's the point of it? If it's not Demon Souls, what is it? I like the Doctor until David Tennant was replaced. David Tennant did such an excellent job. I disliked Matt Smith until he stopped trying to be the Doctor, and then I actually quite liked his character. But for like the first few seasons, I think he just wanted to play into like, I think he just wanted to like play into like public favour, and I don't know. He ended up making a Doctor that wasn't particularly engaging to watch. Documentary series on people that live in the swamps in the US. They're hardcore. Love them. Is that like Doomsday Bunkers? Obliterated into paste. Alright, well, I'm sold. Brightburn, Eccleston is the best new Doctor. I don't know, I watched the whole series again, like, last year. And I thought Eccleston was a really good, like, angry Doctor. I think that he had, like, the Doctor's bitterness, like, down pat. I think he was really good at that. But I feel like more than one season of him would have gotten very boring. I think he stayed on for like just long enough, you know. He was the angry Doctor. He was the I want to get my revenge on the Daleks Doctor, and then he got his revenge and he changed to David Tennant, who was a much more like consistently interesting one. Like Eccleston was really good, but I wouldn't have been able to watch much more of him if he'd stayed on. Main guy, bad guy in The Boys, it's fucking terrifying though, he's kind of tragic. That's the best kind of villain though, I think. A tragic one. He feels like the only one who didn't overstay his welcome. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I can respect that. I liked his leather jacket. No, I really like David Tennant though. I really liked that one episode with the Weeping Angels, and then they were like, oh my god, people enjoy that episode, let's make 50 more of them. Let's make a huge one. Let's make loads of them. Let's make them like this huge thing. Let's make them like the new Dalek. And I was like, stop! I'm bored now. Oh. Des is a British 3-part television drama miniseries based on the 1983 arrest of Scottish serial killer Dennis Nilsen after the discovery of human remains causing a blockage of a drain near his home. That's cool. I like that kind of thing. I don't think a tragic villain will ever be boring if done properly, but I feel like people try too hard to like suddenly shoehorn in a reason for a grey area in what a villain is doing, and then it usually comes across like really contrived. No, I'm biased anyway, no, of course not. Torchwood. I never watched Torchwood. I remember it being like quite popular though. A girl in my school had a huge crush on Captain Jack. And I remember when she found out that the actor was gay, she got really upset. What? Weeping Angels were good because we knew next to nothing about them. The more we found out, the worse they got. Yeah, I feel like that's the same with like any horror franchise at all. And like, it's such an easy lesson to learn. Like, don't let a horror enemy overstay their welcome. And like, so many shows still like fail to learn that lesson. They're like, oh no, we're gonna do it differently. We're gonna do it better. And then it's like not very good. And they're like, oh, why isn't this very good? Like, Right, well, I remember this boss really stumped me the first time, so I'll enjoy this. Can't believe Dr. John Pertwee? Who's that? Had the train cards in the Doctor Who box to keep them in. Funny enough, keep your vapes in there, nice. Fond memories, I'm sure. You don't know Pertwee? No. Sounds like I'm talking with a lisp. I'm trying to think of villains that are like tragic, but obviously for the sake of forcing a grey area. And I know that there's something I watched or played recently, and I was like, this is so obvious, this is so like transparent, and I can't remember what it was. And if it was on the stream, I definitely would have said it. No, was it Kuze? I don't remember Kuze being that bad because he was just like kind of a dick. and that was fine. I didn't mind Kuzo too much. Who am I thinking? What am I thinking? The best Doctor Who. Oh no, I'm such a reverse boomer. Ow. They're in colour and when we look at them, if we can't look at them we die, then we find out they can fuck with power. Holy, that episode was really good. I remember watching it at my cousin's house and being like absolutely terrified. I mean, granted I was about 7, but I was like really into it. Reverse boomer, yeah, I'm just like, wow, phones have wires? Wow, that's amazing. The latest season of Doctor Who didn't get received very well, but in my opinion it was going pretty downhill by that point anyway. I don't think Moffat is a very good writer, and I know that he's not the writer anymore, but I think that he wasn't exceptional, and he like just churned out some real shit. When he did like single episodes, like he wrote the Weeping Angels episode I think, when he did like single episodes he did really good stuff, but when he tried to like write stories or characters, I feel like he was really weak at that. He wrote this Sherlock series as well, and I thought that he was quite weak with that too. I'm a backdoor boomer, yeah. She looks like a teenager! Thank you. I'm gonna put that on my CV. You know, I kind of wanna... Ape, like, I kind of want to be like, no they didn't, it's equality, it's fine, Ape. Like, oh my god, get over it, there's a woman in the show. But actually, like, I kind of agree with you. I was looking at some of the episodes, and apparently they're really on the nose now with, like, lessons about capitalism and stuff, and they, like, outright say, like, well, capitalism's bad. And it just becomes, like, a very, what's the word, like, transparent thing. Yeah. Chris Chibnall. Apparently Chris Chibnall's alright. Before, and then he wrote Doctor Who and he just didn't do a very good job. Capitalism bad. Oh, apparently it's literally like that cut and dry. I think Peter Capaldi got put on so many like random rants about, you know, like the world today. The only thing that I do disagree with is like the outrage about the assistant being a bisexual woman. A lot of people are like, oh, they bring it up all the time, and I remember watching a video that tallied all of the times a companion mentioned her relationship or sexual orientation, and she was actually one of the ones that did it the least. But I guess because it was so novel to most viewers, like they kind of assumed that she said it more than she actually did. So that was one that I think is alright. That gets a pass from me, but I think it is true about the wokeness, you know. Ah, that was so close. How do you do, fellow woke millennials? Literally one episode says, I don't like conspiracies, and then the very next episode says, I love me a good conspiracy. Okay, so there's like character inconsistencies as well then. Feature ethnicity and stuff. I think, I don't really mind representation on like reality TV, because it's good to see a bit of representation. And I don't really, there's not a plot for it to affect, you know. Like they're not exactly going to be doing Doctor Who inspired random speeches about things. But I think that when you bring in a character, like a token character, just to make a statement about like racism or something, then you know you're objectifying that race, ethnicity, like sexual orientation, gender identity, just as much as the people that you are like, you know, angry with. The show's just written poorly. Fair enough. An American Doctor, man, I would welcome an American Doctor. This is the thing, like, It doesn't actually matter what the Doctor is. Like, the Doctor regenerates. He can take any form. I remember at one point David Tennant talked about how he might come back with 2 heads, and people seemed to find that more acceptable than him coming back as a woman. Like, I don't really mind what shape or form the Doctor takes, but I feel like if the writing is bad, and for a show like that, the writing does need to be good because of the amount of suspense, like the amount of suspension of disbelief you need to have for that kind of thing to work. That's kind of where it falls down, you know? What, he just, like, nabs the TARDIS. Oh, they're paying me £4 an hour to do this, sorry. Oh my god, they should get that lady who played Umbridge as the Doctor. That's fine by me. I mean, they've had old men play the Doctor. Let's have Umbridge play the Doctor. Peter Capaldi was great in the thick of it. He was really good in the movie. Suck my sweaty balls, you fat fuck. We're all Britannia enthusiasts. Yeah, like, exactly the kind of people who still watch Doctor Who. Like, exactly, probably the kind of people who I don't know, but the kind of people who, like, think Doctor Who is, like, British pride, our Doctor Who show, and it's, like, it's a bit trash, isn't it? Sorry. Sorry, Brian. Just imagine the Daleks talking about destroying Earth and you just hear, ahem. I'd watch that. That might be the thing that the show needs. Speaking of Harry Potter, what do you guys think of Hogwarts Legacy? My balls. What was that? The Doctor is just a dick, yeah. Maybe other people can make, like, preachy speeches about Doctor. And it can be how the Doctor learns to love and acknowledge race and, you know, consider minorities and capitalism. Come on, Psyche, you suck! What? You dropped an elixir? How do I have access to an elixir now? I mean, like, he's supposed to be naming, what the fuck does he care about race? Like, what the fuck does he understand about, like, things so specifically? Like, he's like, oh, capitalism this, capitalism that. I'm like, are you speaking from experience? Like, hype for a chance to create your own story in the Potter universe. Do you think it's going to be an MMO? Because it looks like it's going to be an MMO. Oh, Jen! Urban Dictionary it. Urban Dictionary it. Yeah, it looked like an MMO. I don't know what to think. Oh, that was really good though. That was a really good one. I like it because it wasn't the fact that it was Satan, it's more that it kind of like suggested where the legend of Satan could have come from. The fact that I don't know, I didn't think it was Satan, I thought it was like a horrible ancient alien, and it kind of was like, how do you think people thought of Satan? Where do you think people got the idea for Satan? I really like that, to be honest. And fair enough, Mordred. Yeah, if that's the kind of thing you'd normally play together, then you're not a boomer, Opchan. You're cool. You have to be shit to be a boomer. You play Nioh. Boomers don't play Nioh. Yeah, boomer's a mentality, not an age. Boomer is asking for a manager because the retail worker that is working with you, like, I don't know, didn't call you ma'am, or like sir when addressing you, you know. That's all wrong, Chan. We love Boomer-chan. Aww. It wasn't really Satan, more of the being that all the Satan real characters. Yes, I think so, Mordred. I think it was really cool. Boomers look at their phone like this. Boomers are the kind of people that like accept friend requests from weird people on Facebook and then have their Facebook profile duplicated and then think that means that they got hacked. Mordred, I am your dad, alright? That's how this is. I also did the perfect impression of my dad, who is also a boomer, see? My dad has like beads on his glasses, not a bead, he's got like a string on his glasses that he uses to keep like, so he can wear his glasses around his neck. That's boomer option, you're not a boomer. Ah, yes, call me daddy. No. So a boomer is somebody who would come in and be like, how are you having fun in your Nintendo? Like, yes, mum. So my mum once went to a, like some job fair with my brother, because my brother was about to go to uni or decide if he wanted to go to work. And there was complimentary orange juice. You could have a free glass of orange juice in a little plastic cup. And you got it for free, you know, no charge. The careers fair was free, you also got a free orange juice, you know, no charge to you, yeah? Well, it says Big Bear. Come on, Bruno. And my mum went to go and get her cup of orange juice, and the guy poured her free cup of orange juice, and poured it like 2/3 full. You know, she got a 2/3 full cup of free orange juice, and she was really angry about it. And my brother stood there like this while she complained to the man, told him that it was an unacceptable amount of orange juice, made him apologise, like literally told him to apologise to her and repeated it until he said sorry, and then made him top up her glass of free orange juice. That's boomer, Op-chan. You're no boomer. You're no boomer, man. You're no boomer. There's no boomers here. My dad works in the defence department and he's been working with a bunch of people from the UK and he kind of needs a translator to understand a Welsh guy. Oh, I wish Medraud was here. Medraud's Welsh. Sweet Jesus, I know. I was like, I would have like left. I would have just collected my things and walked out. Like, I would be mortified if I was with somebody who did that. That's boomer mentality, you know? Like, being served is a right, not a privilege, you know? Like, I always say thanks 1,000 times, and I'll tell people if there's something wrong with my order. You know, I'm not the kind of person who is, like, too embarrassed to do that, but I'll say thanks a lot, and I'll try and make it as easy as I can for the person serving me, because I have been a server before. And, like, I know what it's like, and there's that empathy there. And my mum's, to be fair, my mum used to work in a bar, so I don't really know what her excuse is. But, like, there's, like, that divide between, like, Karen state boomers and people who are a bit younger, where you see people who serve you as, like, a right or a privilege. Like, if you've got somebody helping you, pouring you a glass of free orange juice, like, I see it as a privilege. I'm like, thank you very much, thank you. Thank you very much, thanks for the orange juice. But like, you know, your Karen rank boomers are like, I deserve this. I am entitled to this. This is my orange juice, you will do it perfectly. Like, what's the point in me coming here if you're not going to serve me? There's like that difference in mentality, I think. Boomers say you're welcome, Zoomers say no problem. I think that's a good... Yeah, Op-chan, see, Op-chan. Also, to be honest, I had no idea you were older than 55, so... You clearly don't act it. What does an over 55 person act like anyway? Like, you don't knit nearly as much as I thought you would. Like, sorry. I really like the instruments in this guy's theme. Uh-oh. Goodness. I'm 20, but I still act like I'm 16. fair. Exactly, I see. I think so, Ape. I think so. I think treating somebody like a human gets you a lot further. And like, having a laugh with people on the phone. Like, I had to ring HMRC again today because they keep giving me, like, insane tax codes. I'm on, like, the craziest tax code right now. I will not be able to live until April. And I, like, rang the woman up. And even though she gave me bad news that, like, they couldn't change my tax code, we still, like, had a chat. Like, she was really nervous about telling me, and I just think, like, we cracked some jokes, and we just kind of had a laugh about it. Like, it wasn't her fault that I'm on a crazy tax code. I didn't blame her for that, so, like, I don't know, we just, like, joked about it. It was a bit, it was nice, you know, took the edge off a bit, and I don't know, I feel like I didn't gain anything from us, like, having a laugh, but I don't think that it's still bad to. What's your tax code? It's like, it's got a 5 in it, and it ends with XL. So they've like halved my tax-free allowance, and they've put some numbers on it that make it more annoying to deal with. You know the worst thing about Animal Crossing? Tell me. Also, please watch the video. I tried hard. There's an Animal Crossing level called Smashville, which is too long a name to use in any Animal Crossing game. That's egregious. That's disgusting. That's terrible, Mordred. I would complain, like, honestly. I wish I'd told you I was making that video and you could have told me that. He jumps a lot more than he used to. Before, I could very easily just keep going round in circles, and now he jumps, and I don't really like that. I've had shit jobs, bar work, waited tables, 2 jobs to get through college, some very hard fabricating jobs, and now manager. I appreciate everyone what they do. Yeah, you've got a lot of perspective. Like, I think that Karen rank boomer thing comes from not having a lot of perspective. The thing is, my parents worked bar jobs in a small mining town outside of Nottingham for accounting for inflation, because I put it through like an inflation calculator, and accounting for inflation, they earned the same amount that I do as a UX designer in central London. So like, they definitely have this idea that things are very easy, and if you are in a service job for longer than necessary, you know, if you're in a starter job for longer than you need to be, or if you're like still renting or still like house sharing stuff, then they're of the opinion that you know, you got things handed to you, but you still wasted it. Like, there's always that. I feel like attitudes like that always come to like a lack of perspective and like ignorance. I don't know, Jedi. I think my tax-free allowance has been like more than halved. So like in the UK, your tax-free allowance is 12k, mine is now 5k. You want a 20-minute rant? Mordred, the video is a 20-minute rant, my boy. Clout. Smashville looks like my next holiday choice. I respect that. Fair enough, Mordred. I guess that's interesting. I always assumed that it was down to like your own experience, or at least that would help. But yeah, I told you, Jedi. Like. It's because they accidentally gave me a rebate that was too big a few years ago, and I put it down as the deposit for the flat that I moved into a few years ago. So it was like I used it as my deposit, so it was gone. And then they were like, "Oh, wait a minute, you owe us some money," and I was like, "Can I just keep it, please?" And they were like, "No," so I got to give it back very slowly. Yeah, even on skilled work. Like, my dad's mortgage was 8 grand. Like, his deposit for his house that he bought himself. So he saved up for it really fast. He keeps asking me why I haven't bought a house. I'm like, because I'm going to need, like, 20k. And, like, proportionally, I earn the same as you, but the cost of living is much higher. Whoever invented income tax needs to be executed. I don't mind paying tax, but, I get annoyed that I am, like, dragged up on every little thing when corporations pay nothing, like Starbucks, Amazon pay nothing. I get bitter about that. Like, I don't mind paying tax because I want to contribute, but I get annoyed that companies don't. I honestly think the whole boomer thing is just that those people have nothing going for them. Think about it. Refusers to believe things have changed so they could just make themselves feel like they did something in life. Makes everyone's life a living pain. That's an interesting idea as well. Now you need a first from uni to even make it to a group interview. Yep. Pay us money with the money you'll use to pay us. I find rent frustrating. Because that is money to me that goes nowhere. Except into the pocket of somebody who was in a situation where they could afford property. I feel like we need restrictions on landlords. I feel like if a landlord owns more than 3 houses, I don't think that they should be allowed to. I think that, you know, you own 3 houses in London, you get $6,000 a month from those houses. Yeah, you have to pay a bit of income tax on it, but honestly, like, I don't think you need any more than that. William the Bastard! What's a hotel then? That's very different. A hotel is like a service that you pay for when you're staying a night somewhere. You don't need a hotel to live, you know, you don't rely on a hotel to survive. You know, like there aren't many choices nowadays. It's not like you can choose to rent or you can choose to buy. It's like you are forced to rent until you scrape up enough money to buy. A hotel is also one property. A hotel is also probably more expensive than renting. Like, you're paying for a service, you know. Renting, I think, I don't think that people shouldn't be allowed to buy houses and rent them out. I think that people should be allowed to buy houses. But like you find, like Battersea Power Station in central London was recently refurbished as affordable property. So it's affordable property, i.e. like the smallest property is £1 million. But it was refurbished as affordable property and turned into like this huge block of very nice flats with like a bunch of shops and stuff. But what's happened is that overseas investors have bought all of the flats before it's even on the market. So like overseas investors have bought all of these flats to rent them out. So it's like all of this money that's gone into making affordable property for people, all of this money that's gone into addressing the housing crisis has been bought by overseas investors who are now going to lease those places out for like 4 times the cost of what a mortgage would be. You know, I suppose if you have £1 million, you don't really need a mortgage, but you know, we make efforts to address the housing crisis by building properties, but then we don't seem to have limits on who can buy and rent those properties out, so it just turns into more rental properties. Yeah, even most council houses are now private rented, so money still goes to landlords, yeah. That reminds me to cancel my OnlyFans, do it. Do it. Yeah, like, I don't mind council flats, I do mind apartments. I think that you're only allowed to buy 3 properties, and if those are 3 apartments, then oopsie, that's on you. I mean, it's not as if you don't earn money from renting an apartment. Like, I live in a flat right now. I'm not going to tell you what my rent is, but my landlady doesn't work, you know. She lives off the money that I pay her. She essentially lives off my bag, you know. I go to work, I earn the money, and I come back and I send her money every month, and that's her allowance for the month, you know. I don't know if she has other properties, but I know that I essentially support her for the low price of, you know, whatever I pay. My flat isn't properly insulated. It's not properly secure. I'm not going to go into too many specifics, but I'm very lucky that I live in like a very overcrowded street. You know, the shower doesn't have heating controls. I have to change the heating controls on the boiler. But this is the only place that I can move where I can get a job, because London is the only place that has jobs for graduates anymore. I don't mind landlords. I just mind like I said, I don't really mind landlords. I just mind people who own too many properties. I don't think you should be allowed to. I mean, I guess that just means that people will start making their own, like, fake companies so that they can buy houses as different companies, but it's not for me to make legislation. I just don't think that it should be allowed. You got scammed even for London. I promise you, looking in this area, all of the prices were the same. And the thing is, in London, like, I don't live in a house share, you know? The thing is, in London, like, if you don't pay for the house, somebody else will. So, like, landlords have all the power. I asked for a 1-year lease, and I wasn't allowed one, because my landlady knew that she would be able to get a 2-year lease from somebody else. Like, landlords have all the power. A house will go on the market and be off the market within, like, a day. You know, you don't really have that much of a say in what you can bargain with. You're not really allowed to, you know. London is overrated. It's a dreadful place to live. You know, yeah, I just don't think that people should be allowed to own more than one property, and I don't think that's a particularly extreme idea either. They let boomers in council houses buy their house, and the ones in London paid like 10k for houses that are now worth 1 million. Yeah, the inflation on like housing prices in London is unreal. There's a 2-bed house on my street that's on sale, that's available right now, and I think it's something like 8 million for a 2-bed terraced house. 8 million. It's because I live near Wimbledon, and they're like, but you're in Wimbledon, so it's really posh. I'm like, we're near Wimbledon, so it's not. But I can see that you're gonna plug it as such. Welcome back, Jedi. 8 million for a 2-bed terraced house on my street. It's the whole house. It's not like, because my flat is like a house that's been cut in two, and there's like an upstairs and a downstairs. But that they've maintained like the whole house for that. Yes, I am sure. But the tennis, yeah. You get a penthouse for 2 to 4 mil. I don't know if you can. Like, I don't know if you can. Like, maybe once upon a time, but like I said, the flats at Battersea Power Station, the smallest ones, like the shittiest ones that looked like student halls, were 1 mil, and they only went up from there. Like, I'm sure you can get a penthouse for 2 to 4 mil, but I don't imagine it would be a very good one. Like, you know, if you want to rent a flat on the Thames, it's like 20k a month. Like the ones in Victoria are like 20k a month. I don't imagine that place was that cheap. I saw one on TV in London the other day that auctioned for 1.25 mil, and it didn't even have a roof. Was abandoned for years and wrecked. See, like, there might be penthouses that are 1 to 2 mil, but I don't reckon that's the norm. A fucking shack will cost this. I've heard it's really bad in New York. Yeah, isn't your average rent like $3,000 a month, like in New York? Owning a house is amazing until something breaks, or in my case, you need to do the gardening. Recently, my brain is like, it's time for you to own a house. It's time for you to stop, like, moving from rental property to rental property. Like, it's time for you to settle down. And I'm like, shut up, brain. We can't do that. Like, shut up. We have to live in rental properties for a bit longer. Like, stop making a fuss. Yeah, I heard that you guys can get really cheap property if you're willing to move to areas that nobody else wants to live, which is kind of shit, but also, like, it's a way to get on the ladder. Bruno, this boss is long since lost its forefront in my mind. I'd rather have a flat, but owning is so much cheaper. I know, man, I know. I want to own. I've been saving for a mortgage for a while. I'm about 10% there. Oh, I don't mean Montana, I'm sorry. I mean, like, I don't know, I was scrolling through some Reddit comments the other day, like classic Reddit comments, and they were like, well, I bought my house for $80,000. I just live in the arse end of, like, Missouri. Yeah, Mordred, that's also a really good point. Like, if you're the kind of person who can afford a 1 mil place up front, you can probably afford an 8 mil place. Like, you either can or you can't. I think I'm gonna have to learn how to fight this guy, like, straight up. I can't run around to him anymore. The past 2 times I fought this guy, I would just run around to his back and hit his legs, and run around to his back and hit his legs, I don't know if they've changed his moveset in Dream of the Demon, but it doesn't seem like that's possible anymore. Or it could just be because I'm like talking a lot. You moving back to your childhood area? Where's that, Butch? Is it somewhere in the north? Is it Leeds? No. I'm willing to save for a house. It's just going to be a very long time. Yeah, you have to save 10 to 20% of the cost of the final thing. I'm still going to try, actually. You know what? I'll still try. And also, it depends where you live. Like, I could move somewhere north and the deposit that I save would go a lot further. I don't know, Shekel, like... It just was. It was 8 mil. And it's not that far-fetched either. Some mortgages it's 5%. Don't you lose like access to really good don't you lose access to like really good interest rates and stuff if you go as low as 5%? I really want to believe that, Ape, to be honest. Like, I've been looking at jobs in my sector, bearing in mind I'm a web designer, so I 100% don't need to be in an office. And all of the jobs are like, once lockdown is finished, we fully expect you in the office. I'm like, but why? I'm saving you money by not being in the office. Like, what's the deal? Jan Barber. Oh, great. Thanks, man. It is a bit. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. You being asked to stop going back in? Why? What's the point? Like, what's the point? Like, at the moment, we work in like this big open plan office, and there's like 40 people in there, and nobody ever gets any work done because all they do is like argue with each other. I know that I'm really outspoken on stream, but I do not get involved in like the bollocks at work. Like, people just get into like really inappropriate political like conversations, and I'm like, I'm trying to work, like I'm trying to earn my bread. Like, like shut up, seriously. Like, I don't think the guys at work could tell you which political party I would vote for. Like, that's how much I keep out of it. Like, I hate political discussions at work. And the place that I work, everybody's been there for like 10 years. And it's like this very insular, very like, oh, we're too cool for like mainstream tech companies kind of attitude. So they've just kind of built this like really insular counterculture. And they're like my boss went on this really horrible transphobic rant a few months ago. He was talking about how like they're mentally ill and stuff, and how he thinks this and how he thinks that, and I was like, I don't think that there's any way I could ever convince you that your beliefs are disgusting, so I don't want to hear it, you know? Like, I don't think that a workplace is a good area for me to have this conversation with you in, so I don't want to know, you know? And I just would hate to go back to work. The other designer feels the same way. She was like, can we just stay at home forever so we don't have to listen to this all the time? Yeah. They're really bad for it. They just... Like, I don't mind, like, the occasional, like, office argument. If you really want to get into that kind of stuff, then who cares? But transphobia, like, racism, homophobia, like, I don't care what your opinion is, just don't bring it up. Like, I don't know you. I don't care who you are, like, what kind of opinions you have, because I know I could never change your opinion. Just don't do it here. Don't do it in front of me. Like, just shut up. Yeah. And thanks, guys. Like, I'm just not interested at all. And it's just like, You've clearly put us in this big open plan office to save space. You don't want to have to buy individual offices. You don't want to have to buy cubicles or things like that. You've done it to save money and to save space. So why don't you save even more money and let us work from home? Like, the company is doing fine. You know, the sector that we work in hasn't really been affected by coronavirus. So did you not leave the core behind? Yeah, I'm on New Game Plus 2. I don't need it anymore. Yeah, exactly, Jedi. Like, that alone is a really disgusting thing to consider. Like, if a trans person was to work at that company, they would be listening to that kind of rhetoric all the time. So, like, yeah, there are really disgusting people to work for. In that sense, the fact that they think that kind of conversation is okay. Like, I'm not deluded enough to think I could change your mind, but I don't want to have to listen to your, you know, transphobia. It's not. This is a workplace. Like, just do your fucking job. Like, just shut up and do your job. But no, they get into conversations like that all the time. Like, I used to just have to listen to music. Oh my god, the awkward Christmas parties. I didn't go to mine this year because in my last job, you had to pay for the Christmas party and, like, you had to pay for the Christmas meal, and I didn't know. And we went to this, like, really fancy restaurant in central London, and my bill came to, like, because they were like, oh, get whatever you want, guys, it's Christmas. And I was like, well, if you heard that, what would you think? So I had, like, and everybody got, like, starter, main, and dessert. And I only got a starter and a main, and I had, like, a couple drinks. And my total was, like, 70 quid. And, like, every single Christmas party I've been to with a job, it's always been, like, covered by the company. And this company wasn't a small company. This is a big media company based in central London. So I was, like, sat there, and then they were like, all right, everybody, like, how are we doing this? Yeah, everybody get your cards out. And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, oh my god, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? I sat there, like, with my little credit card, like, just like trying to pretend that I wasn't absolutely breaking down on the inside. I was like, why did none of you tell me? Why did none of you tell me? Who do I have to beat up, Mert? You can beat up Ewan, please. Ewan, you really needs it. God. Yeah, but so, like, Christmas parties, man. Can I do the dishes? When did you finish The Witcher? The first time I finished The Witcher was last July, but we're playing The Witcher again and we haven't finished it. We'll be back to it. We'll be back to it on Monday. That's good, Mordred. Yeah, like, I'm like, there are so many arguments to have in the world. Like, I'm not interested in having them at work. You know, let me just do my job. You know, your attitudes don't fly. You'd never be able to get away with, you know, the things that you're saying outside of this very contained space. So I don't know. I don't care. I just don't want to listen to it, you know. No, Sly. We got plenty more witchiness to go. We've got plenty more of that to do. We rotate like 3 or 4 games at a time on the channel, for the sake of keeping things fresh. Because I definitely would have gotten sick of The Witcher if we played it non-stop for like 2 weeks. So yeah, we'll be back to it soon. But yeah, like, I know that I'm super political on stream. I acknowledge that. I can definitely put people off with how vehemently I care about that kind of shit. But at work, I'm like, we're at work. You know, shut up. Do your job. Yeah, after The Witcher is Doom. I hope you guys are excited for that. I haven't played a Doom game before, so I'm excited. You do you, bro. Thanks, bro. Let's just go with anything that I have. Woo! Oh my god, I just almost did the biggest belch. I keep forgetting where I am. What time is it over the pond? It's 25 past midnight. What time is it for you? Over the pond. I've swallowed the belch now. It's gone. $5.25. I'm sorry. I'll have another Diet Coke at some point. I'll have another Diet Coke at some point, and then I'll do a belch. I mean, I did one. I posted one in the Discord that I did. It was good. My boss had to ask me about someone who was on my college course. They were doing an investigation on him, and he told me the people had spoke the guy smelling like weed. I said, I don't know, to be honest, I don't know what weed smells like. He just looked up at me from his notepad and said, good answer. You're like, oh, I don't know. Sorry. I don't know what weed smells like. But you should fire him. Fart then? Excuse me. Genuinely don't know. But I mean, the thing is, like, once you know what weed smells like, you smell it everywhere, and then you're like, smells like weed. Smells like weed. Smells like weed. Just all the time. Just like, oh. And then as soon as you realize, as soon as you find out what it smells like, you're like, oh, everywhere smells like weed. No, I didn't smoke weed at uni. I don't know how I know what weed smells like. Oh, I've been to Amsterdam, that's probably how I know what weed smells like, but like, once you know what it smells like, that's it. Gave me no high at all but the hunger. Maybe you just really wanted a snack. Maybe you're just really hungry. Like, that's fine, man. I respect that. I'll sell everything, please. I have a massive appetite as well. I need a wee, so I'll be back.
その小刀、相当な技物だね。拝見させてもらえる？どうすればもっといい刀が打てるか。
Hey, Seffi.
珍しい武器を見つけたら見せてほしい。
I was never into smoking weed, but I did it occasionally. Then on my 18th birthday we did a pub crawl, so we drank through every pub we could find, like 10 beers and 2 Jaeger bombs, then we smoked. I bet you were very sick, right? Did you do a whitey? Smoked weed once in my younger days, I fell asleep. Oh, Chad! Oh, precious. Oh, Jedi. Weed's not all that amazing. You sleep really well if you smoke it right before bed, though. Might do it if I go to Amsterdam again, but otherwise probably not. Did the old C, and that also did nothing. Really? Genetically modified to be the strongest it can be. Oh, I've heard Shekel's story. It's pretty redacted. But give him one beer and he might tell you. I did it. So probably the most fun drug out there. I can see why people get ruined by it in high doses though. Really? How so? Injected drugs are very intimidating. Very scary. When I get old, I need to know what's going to do it for me. You're right. I would have called you the ambulance. The wambulance. We're only level 285, that explains a lot. Okay. Okay, what's the lowest level thing here? 307 looks good. Pervading waters. Oh wait, did I just do that? Fuck, I think I just did that. Fuck. Broke my arms and hurt my balls. They hurt my balls. Never touched anything else? Fair enough, Jedi. Was it just shit, or...? Oh, yeah, I've just done this. It took me like 2 hours as well because I was complaining about real estate. I always tell myself, don't get political today, just talk about the game. And then I have a coffee, and then I have like way more energy than I need, and then I get like really animated about stuff. So much energy, I could talk for 4 hours about anything. And then it's like, I can go down like 2 paths. I can go down good inspiration, or I can go down bad inspiration. And if it's like good inspiration, I'll be talking about the game, be talking about like new releases, combat mechanics, interesting things, discussions of like cool shit. If I go down like the bad side, it's like politics, 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 politics. And I'm like, stop it, talk about something else. You don't need to set the world to rights every single time you go on stream. Oh, there's a fly. Just didn't see why other people do it, just tried to see what the fuss was about, yeah. Cigarettes and alcohol are worse than loads of drugs for health anyway. Yeah, aren't cigarettes and alcohol like 1,000 times more addictive? That's not like a literal number, but aren't they like way more addictive? I remember the friend who did it with me, and then I slept on the couch looking at him going at it. This girl came up to me saying they went at it for hours. I was like, oh, that's nice, whilst thinking about going to McDonald's. That would be really awkward if I had to listen to that. I'd be like, you know what? You two have fun. I've got a bag of Watsons waiting for me at home, and I just cannot stop thinking about them. The reason why I seem like some people up was ruined by high doses. Ecstasy is probably mega addictive because it's really fun. Imagine waking up feeling pretty good, then having the best coffee ever, everything feels vibrant and very nice, and also you're very energetic. Yeah, I guess I can completely understand why something that like that would be like very dangerously addictive. I guess once you've had like the high, apparently heroin gives you like a very similar feeling as well. Like everything just feels really great. I can imagine like with things like that it can be really hard to not use that as a crutch if you need to feel good. I remember this old experiment that they did with like a mouse, and they put a mouse in a cage with nothing but a bowl of water and a bowl of water that had been spiked with a drug, or a bottle of water, you know, and the mouse like immediately overdosed. But then I know that somebody else who was very skeptical of the outcome repeated the experiment, but instead of just putting an empty cage with warm water and a spiked water, they had like they had like a full cage full of like toys and lots of nice food, and there were like other rats to play with, and like it was comfy and it was fun and it was, you know, it was stimulating and it was nice, and they put the water in and the spiked water, and apparently the mice much less often overdosed, if at all, and apparently they basically stopped overdosing because they had other things and they were like very happy, they were like very content. So I think it goes to show that like if people are content and if people have what they need, then they don't resort to you know, unless there's like an extreme case, like, you know, not accounting for edge cases, but I think if people have what they need and they're happy and they're looked after and they're fed and they have friends, and you know, they don't need that, you know, it's like essentially like drugs aren't the only thing that they need just to get through the day, and you know, drugs aren't the only thing that make life better. I think that addictions happen a lot less. Living the true life, Bruno. Well, I mean, I respect your decision, man. So yeah, I think that people who take drugs are demonized. People who become addicted to drugs are demonized a lot. And I can see why you would be scared of somebody who was addicted to drugs if they were dangerous, but I think that it's preventable, you know. And it seems to be like an extreme circumstance when there's like a much deeper underlying problem. Same for alcohol. Yeah, I 100% agree, Upchen. Like, same for alcohol, I think. Anything, I think, that can become like an unhealthy crutch, like an easy way to be stimulated and happy. I think any way that makes it easy to achieve that can become like an unhealthy addiction. Mine is gaming. Yeah, I know that gaming can become like a very unhealthy addiction for people. I think it can be a really good way for people to like not have to acknowledge bigger problems. So I definitely like discourage gaming if it's getting out of hand. If it's like interfering with your life and stuff, it's just as bad as any other addiction. Yeah, you might not die of, you know, you might not die of an overdose, but people can die from gaming too much. You know, you can neglect others. Like there are couples whose children die because they're like too obsessed with World of Warcraft and stuff. Like, doesn't mean you're not causing like a huge amount of damage to the people around you. everything in moderation, you know? And like facing problems instead of just letting them fester while you distract yourself with something else. Checking around the house market in London, the lockdown really brought the prices down. Quite a few decent places to get for under 400k. Really? Yeah, I heard that rent has been dropping nationwide because like people can't move, or like people are losing their jobs, so they're going back to live with their parents, or people are losing their jobs, so they've moved into house shares and things. So like there are tons of empty rental properties right now. There was one place that rent has actually risen, and it made me laugh when I saw it, so I think it might be like Nottingham or somewhere. But on the whole, like, everything's going down. The company I work for have a zero drugs and alcohol policy and randomly test, so I couldn't even if I wanted to. That's kind of patronising. Like, I don't... Hey, Winchell, how you doing? I also changed my keyboard layout by accident, so no more pound sign for me. Good for you. How did you do that? Yeah, I think that it's kind of patronising to do, like, drugs and alcohol checks. Like, I don't think that somebody's personal life should matter to a company unless it's, like, impacting their, like, work. You know, if somebody's turning up to work high, then yeah, that's, like, a huge problem. But if somebody's a recreational, you know, if somebody does those kinds of things recreationally and keeps themselves in check and does it responsibly and safely and outside of the workplace, I don't really see what business it is of the workplaces. Oh, Ape, you're cruel. It's a work that people die regularly. What do you mean? Nuclear weaponry. I really hope it's the latter. Take a screenshot, open it, and open that image to full screen. People think it's frozen. That's so evil. Like, do you tell people at your interview that? You're like, I'm gonna be an absolute dick, and it's gonna be kind of funny, and you're not really gonna be able to find that much fault with it. Oh, railway maintenance. Alright, well that makes sense, Opchen. Like, that kind of makes sense, yeah. But that is also like a situation where, like, if you turn up to work like drunk or high, then that's a huge problem. Just like more of a problem than it would be. At my old job, there was this rumor that, like, because I think the 5th floor was sales, and the toilets smelled fucking awful all the time, right? They smelled really bad, like as if somebody had had like food poisoning in there. And the rumour was that because it was sales and people wanted to be peppy and people wanted to meet their quite difficult quotas, that it was like quite floor-wide to take cocaine, or like do cocaine. Because apparently cocaine gives you very visceral like bowel movements. So the rumour was that everybody in sales would take cocaine to keep themselves sharp and peppy and like meeting all of their quotas and, you know, making a good impression. And it would obviously give them like a really bad stomach. Old C. Every time you say Old C, it makes me think of Sunny D now. I don't know. I really liked that rumour. I had no way to know if it was true, but I was like, I kind of hope it is. Like, the idea that there's a whole floor of people just coked off their tits was hilarious to me. Just for the sake of being polite, you know? and like really happy even on a Friday. Sniffs. Yeah. Come here. That really does sound great, and the thing is, the toilets fucking stunk, and nowhere else in the building did the toilets smell that bad. So, like, I think maybe my brain latched onto it as a way of, like, just justifying to myself why the toilet smelled that bad. Like, it was so awful that, like, your brain needed a reason to, like, justify the trauma, you know? Like, it was so disgusting that the only way you could get through it was by justifying it to yourself in some way. Like, no, it's okay, it's because they do cocaine to make a good impression. Like, it's alright, man, it's alright. It's not your fault, it's not your fault. God, it's stunk. God, it's stunk. And then you go into the bathroom and see, like, not the Jason Derulo one, the other one. I can't remember. Like, yeah, you'd go into the toilet and it would be like Rami Malek just stood there. He'd be like, just awkwardly move on. Or like Ross Noble just in the toilet. You'd be like, hello. My friend saw Will Ferrell at my old job. I was really, really jealous. We have like this lift around the back that all like the really big stars would come in through. And it's also the way that most people in tech would leave, because that was where the tech department was. So, my workmate was waiting for the lift to come up from this like super secret car park so that he could go down the lift and leave work. And like the lift door opened and there were like 9 security guards in there, all in like one big circle around Will Ferrell, who like looked at them and like their faces must have been priceless because he like just laughed at them. Let's just go. Their faces must have been priceless because he like just started laughing at them. And then like the lift doors slowly closed and the lift left. And I have never been so jealous of anybody. How did we get into drug chat? I don't even remember anymore. Who even knows? Who even knows? We didn't talk about anything today. Yeah, I have a friend who works in railway maintenance, but he's like on the ground. And apparently when he started, his starting pay was like 30k, like fresh out of school, because it's like danger pay or something. So I don't know what he's on now, because that was like 8 years ago. But yeah, he gets paid a lot, but I suppose the payoff is that he could probably die like any day. If like one thing goes wrong, that's it for him. They pay a good wage, yeah. That's good. I'm gonna stay on track now. Maybe if maybe I should do like a forfeit thing where if I bring up political stuff, I have to like do a forfeit. Because I'm even tired of hearing myself talk about it. I just want to play a game. Why do I have to bring politics into it? Oh, piss off, woman. Let r/gaming decide what the forfeit is. It's gonna have something to do with nudity. Yeah. See. I really like r/gaming when when like a girl posts a selfie of herself in cosplay, even when the cosplay is like really modest, or like they post a selfie of themselves with their painting, and then you look at it and it's like thread locked, and I'm like, what did they say to you? What did they say to you? Like, you just scroll down and it's like reams and reams and reams of comment deleted by moderator, comment deleted by moderator, comment deleted by moderator. I'm like, oh god, what happened to you? It's Reddit, what do you expect? You always say this to me, where you're like, the first mistake you made was expecting this, the first mistake you made was expecting that. Like, I don't know what I expected. I don't go to websites with like a preconceived idea of how everybody on that website should act, but I'm just surprised. Like, you know, I just go to websites and consume media. Like, I don't go with any preconceived notions of how people on the website should be acting. Assault by controversial. Hey, that is risky, but I like it. Anyone forgets to take her feet out of the shot, the comments are always gold. That's so fucking funny though. I saw that on Twitter once. Like with a customer, like somebody was like, I love my new rug from Wilkinson's, and then it was like, not as much as I love your feet, Scott Wilkinson's customer support or something. And oh, that was really funny. But yeah, no. Fool's Day, pretty low-key. Ah, terrible. Patient Gamers is good. What are you doing? This rapid fire. Ah. There is a concerning amount of gentlemen, but the thing is, it's sort of like r/neckbeard things, where like, you see screenshots of people saying disgusting and weird things to women. Like, send me nudes, no, okay, you're a whore kind of stuff. And like, because it happens so much on screenshots, you kind of start to see it as like a fake story. Not like those things didn't happen, but it sort of becomes like an urban legend, or like just like pantomime. So you never really take it seriously. And then when you look in the comments of a YouTube video, or like occasionally we've had people in chat who have sort of not been bad, but have gone down that like milady like train of thought thing, and you're like, oh yeah, like those people are real. Like it's like the most existential crisis thing that's ever happened. I find it really strange. Like r/neckbeards is just abound with crazy screenshots, and that's weird. That's a weird animation. I've never seen that before. I don't know. I find it really. I find it really alien. I'm like, what do you mean that actually happens? What do you mean people actually do that? I don't know. It's hard to describe. Yeah, you wish it was a joke. Like, you almost see it as like, yeah, you almost see it as like a joke, like an exaggerated story for the sake of entertainment. And then it's not, and you're like, oh, okay then, yeah. I got really tired of text posts recently, because I've seen so many where people say like something really. People do it for the karma, especially on r/Dark Souls. They'll be like, "Can I just take a moment to talk about how incredible the developers of Dark Souls are for crafting?" And then it's like 4,000 awards, and I'm like, oh, for God's sake, like, can we not just talk about something like a bit controversial? People are like, I know this might be an unpopular opinion, but I think Dark Souls 3 was alright. And I'm like, oh wow, okay, cool, wow. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that you think is a joke, and then it turns out people are serious. Like neckbeards, for example, not like as a physical thing, but as a mentality, you know, like the neckbeard mentality. My friend at university ran a D&D where we all had to like pick stereotypical neckbeard traits, and we had to make neckbeard characters. And like based off like those traits that you associate with them. And like, we had a laugh, it was funny. I could never imagine that kind of person in real life though, and then you suddenly meet one and you're like, what? Like, it's almost bewildering. Jenna, a neckbeard isn't necessarily somebody with like unkempt hair on their neck. It's like a state of mind for somebody who is like very isolated from the outside world, usually because they like, I don't know, they spend a lot of time on Reddit and it's really, I don't know how to describe it. If anybody else can describe it, I'd appreciate some help. Reddit is a bigger echo chamber than Twitter. Reddit is a really bad echo chamber. I completely agree. Twitter is like Twitter can be a very toxic echo chamber. Like, with all like the cancel culture and stuff, I think it can be a very horrible place and a big breeding ground for just like pure hatred. But that's not to say that Reddit can't be. Just like every single time I go on Twitter, I swear there's like another hashtag. Like hashtag cancel Graham Norton because 25 years ago he made a joke about gay people. You know, or like cancel, you know, and just cancel Brian Blessed. I don't know if that's a good example. I've heard he's not actually that nice, but you know, and I'm just like, do we really need to do this? I mean, I think Maverick's right. Reddit is a big echo chamber, probably bigger than Twitter. But Twitter is also like, I made a Twitter because I stream and I thought that that's what streamers are supposed to do, you know. But I don't really like being on Twitter. Yeah, Reddit does have some really good content. Twitter tried to cancel Genghis Khan. Front page is generally horrible. J.K. Rowling has gone through the cancel treatment now. J.K. Rowling is... Yes, J.K. Rowling is definitely doing it for attention. She's definitely doing it to try and stay relevant. She says really, really horrible things. And she writes like big essays about like how... You know, big transphobic essays about things, and... She's been trying to stay relevant for a long time, and I think she started doing it by like drip feeding extra content about Hogwarts, and then when she realised that she got way more attention by doing horrible cancerous stuff, she just started doing that instead. Yeah, I saw that as well. Twitter is a wild ride. Hey George, how you doing? How was your nap? I just use Twitter for following AI researchers and stuff for when they post cool papers. See, that's cool. That's really cool. Academic Twitter is blessed. Absolutely blessed. But yeah, like, it's a shame about J.K. Rowling because the kind of stuff that she's come up with has been... You know, I guess she tried to pretend to be inclusive, so she was like, oh, Dumbledore was secretly gay, because she never thought that she'd have to, like, back that up. So then when she made the Fantastic Beasts film, she just, like, so that it would do well in places like China, she decided to ignore the fact that he was gay, and she was like, Dumbledore's gay relationship will not be shown in Fantastic Beasts, even though I explicitly said it existed and explicitly stated that it was a fact, and it was a big part of his life and a big part of his story, but we've decided to leave it out of Fantastic Beasts, and instead he and his partner will instead be friends. And I was like... So she tried, because I guess a lot of like LGBT plus kids and like generally awkward kids and quieter, more introverted kids, which I guess like LGBT plus people as teenagers are more quiet and awkward, especially if they're like not out yet, really gravitated towards the world of Hogwarts and Harry Potter and really like found their identity in Hogwarts. So I think that she like tried to appeal to them. She like tried to appeal to them by making all these statements, you know, Dumbledore's gay, oh, there was a Jewish student, his name was Anthony Goldstein, you know, stuff like that. Oh, this character was secretly this character was secretly that. Just to like try and get people like, oh my god, Dumbledore was gay, oh my god, my headcanon, ah! And then like when she actually had to like put her money where her mouth was and release content that said, you know, that confirmed all the stuff, she decided to appease markets that are really hostile to like gay characters and just omit them. Don't know anything about her, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, she did a lot of inclusive lip service and she tried to make people feel very at home, but then she completely dropped it when it was profitable for her to do so. And I think because she spent such a long time like monetizing the LGBT community, which hadn't really wasn't really being appealed to by any other like many other authors or many other like media outlets, like who you know. I think she spent a lot of time like getting LGBT people on her side, buying her like content, buying her books, seeing her as like some mother of like social acceptance, and then like when push comes to shove, she like just pushed them aside. And then she started releasing all these statements about how like trans people aren't real people, like trans women aren't real women, you know, blah blah blah. Like she just alienated the people that had made her very rich. English Star Wars. Boring English Star Wars. Poor Jedi. I didn't really like Disney Star Wars that much. The stories are really bad, and I felt so bad for Kelly Marie Tran. Her character wasn't written very well, you know, let's give her that. She did the best with the content she was told to, you know, she did the best with the writing that she was given. And then people started like harassing her and sending her death threats and stuff because she was like a token character. And it's like, well, it's not her fault, you know. Oh yeah, I saw that too, Maverick. And then instead of like standing by her and doubling down and, you know, supporting her, Disney like completely cut her from the final edit of the third film. She's only in it for like 28 seconds or something. Which I thought was a big dick move. Like, she got sent... You can see some of the interviews that she did after that, where she talks about how it like really affected her, like it ruined her life. She just got so much hate for being like a Korean woman. It was really horrible. And then and she was like, I'm really excited for when the third film comes out though, because there's loads of scenes with me and Rey, and you know, she's like, there's loads of scenes with me and Rey. I'm really excited because I think it really builds on our characters. Like, I'm really excited to show you like what Rose does. I think it'll really turn people around. And then the film comes out and they've just scrubbed her from it instead of like doubling down with her. And you could say that they removed her from those scenes because like the scenes weren't relevant. You could say that the scenes were like scrubbed just like any other scene. But they also removed John Boyega from the poster for Chinese audiences. So like I don't think that what Disney did was accidental at all. Who was this? What, Kelly Marie Tran? She was an actor in Star Wars. Yeah, it was really weird how she did nothing in the last movie, and that's why I think it was done completely on purpose. It is such a shame. Like, she's so nice. Oh, she's so nice. Especially because Star Wars fans have like a track record of being very angry people. The guy who played Anakin Skywalker quit acting after doing Star Wars because he got so much hate for things that weren't his fault that he just couldn't handle it anymore, so he like quit acting. Yeah, exactly, Abe. Like, Disney are just another like J.K. Rowling. Like, they pretend to support minorities, they pretend to support like LGBT plus people, they pretend to support Black Lives Matter, and then to sell copies of the film in China, they removed John Boyega from the film poster so that there's not a black person on the film poster, you know. I know that John Boyega recently stepped down as the spokesperson for a perfume company because he did an advert for them that was the same worldwide except in China, where they swapped him for a Chinese person. The guy who played Jar Jar though, oh my god, that was bad. Mulan was really a really bad one. The actress like very openly and vocally voice support for the concentration camps they have in China. They filmed right next to a concentration camp, and did like nothing, said nothing, just pretended that it was fine, didn't care. yeah, they thanked the concentration camp in the credits for letting them film in the land. Oh no, they thanked the CCP. Sorry, I'm a bit tired. Yeah, the Mulan thing was like complacency at its finest. Like, just I had no idea a company could sink that low. It wasn't that the film was bad. I heard the film was okay. I think it was more just the fact that they yeah, I think it's more just the fact that they filmed next to a concentration camp, and at the very least were complacent, and at the very most were complimentary of it. Yeah. Just the fact that they took John Boyega out, like, as well. They're just one of those companies that pretends to care until it hurts their bottom line, and then they don't care. Yes, that's a good one, Ape. Like, just tired of this, like, commodified support, you know. Oh, buy our gay pride pins. We, like, really care about gay people. Oh no, wait, we actually don't. Like the Guardian newspaper pushed 5 people out of their job over a trans right issue. I think there were 5 trans people. I'm not sure. But I was reading about it earlier. The Guardian newspaper forced them out of their jobs. The article said. So I don't know quite what that means. If they like fired them or forced them to resign or just made it so that the working conditions were like unbearable. But apparently some people like voiced issues with like the way trans people were being treated in the workplace, and the Guardian newspaper just like forced them out of their jobs. So I don't know what that means, but it's like the Guardian newspaper pretends to be super pro LGBT when gay prides come around. Hillary Clinton said she didn't support gay marriage and then put out a bunch of gay pride merchandise after gay marriage was made legal. Yeah, Biden's the same as well. I'm pretty sure Biden opposed gay marriage, and now like LGBT people are exactly who he's like aiming his campaign at, like that kind of young demographic, more like woke demographic. So yeah, it's just corporate, man. It's just corporate, man. It's ass. It sucks. It's silly. It makes me tired. Like, it doesn't even make me angry, it just makes me tired. I'm like, ugh. At least we've got Kasha coming up. You guys can all have a big fat wank while I pretend not to notice. I'm on fire. It's about the money, man. You're exactly right, Sly. And it's a shame. He danced to death. Oh god, I can't even say that out loud. This Mert's on the level. at least. You mean I'm literally like playing the game? Like, oh, you laugh. Thank God I finally have something to watch. Like, oh god, please stop. This is what happens when I have coffee before a stream. I have started to notice this. Like, if I go into a stream with boundless energy, it does go in one of 2 ways. Like The Witcher stream the other day, I had so much fun this stream. Like, all I did was talk smack about games the whole time. I had so much energy. I was completely like, but if somebody had brought up like, pro-choice versus pro-life, and I had like just hit that mindset just as that started, I would have been like, right, let's talk about this for 45 minutes. Let's do this. Come on, let's throw down. I'm ready. Just depends what mood I'm in. You drink coffee, not tea, or that was the drink you chose? I really don't like tea. I never have. It's just not my thing at all. I didn't like coffee until I was at uni, so I would have been like 19, 20 by that time. But yeah, I can't do tea at all. I hate it. I think I heard London just gasp. Oh yeah, it's definitely the stereotype, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. I understand. I understand. I need the caffeine to get through the stream because I wake up at like I have work at 9 AM, so I've got to get through the stream somehow. And it's good. It's coffee. It's coffee. Maple syrup. Oh, I want to chug maple syrup. Actually, I think I'd die, but I mean, I want to, you know. I like maple syrup. The thing is, whenever I do like a pancake day, I always buy maple syrup and then I'll use it once. And then like by the time I come back to it a year later, or like by the time I come back to it like a few months or like a year later, it's already gone off. It's already gone like really weird. Chug that syrup. I have none. I always have to throw it away. I'll use it once and then I have to throw it away. It would be good if you could get like single-use maple syrup. I'd like that. But I always buy one and then just never need it after that one time. Thank you, Jedi, do it. Let us know how it goes. If you need to be hospitalized, please call the relevant number. Oh, goodness. You used to sugar with a spoon. What does that mean? What does that mean, Jedi? Is that like a sex thing? I'm sorry, Shekel. Please talk about something non-political so I can move on. Eat. Oh, that... What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Used to eat sugar with a spoon. Jedi. I mean, that is efficient, I have to say. Like, if you want to sate your craving, that is efficient. But also, what the fuck? How? How did you... How? How? How did you do that? Tell me. Tell me right now. I saw Disgaea 6. I think Heath posted a link to it in the chat today. Fuck's sake. Who asked for that? Who said, hey, can we have another Disgaea please? The last one wasn't long enough. Oh, there weren't enough characters in the other one. There weren't enough levels. Oh, I'd really love to do about 400 hours more grind. Can I please do some more grind? Oh, can I please have some more skits? That would be really funny if I could just hear some more skits. Started eating one day. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm glad that you stopped. That sounds like a very Rocky Road habit. Not Rocky Road, Slippery Slope. I'm thinking about Rocky Road now. Why are they making a Disgaea 6? Nobody asked for a Disgaea 6. I don't think anyone plays the game, it's just... Football Manager! Oh, you know I fucking love Football Manager, Ape. Yeah. Get them boys. Get them Burnley boys. We love you, Burnley. We do. We love you, Burnley. We do. We love you, Burnley. We do. Oh, Burnley, we love you. I didn't clap enough. Watch Dogs 2? Oh well. I don't have a football channel for that. Right. Oh no, I died. Burnley's the only one I know because it was on the In-Betweeners film. I had that in my head the other day for ages. Hey. Nioh playing Pro Evo for his PE coursework. Oh my god! Oh my god. I miss the In-Betweeners. I always think like, oh, I really want to watch the In-Betweeners, and I watch it, and then it makes me cringe out of my soul, and I'm like, I can't watch this. Then when they match, they actually beat the almighty Sheffield on pennos. Yeah, Burnley. What do you think of Tottenham? Shit. What do you think of shit? Tottenham. Thank you. That's alright. Football is a little more cringe than the In-Betweeners. Yeah, it's pick your poison, isn't it? Do you want to watch football? Do you want to watch the In-Betweeners? Ow! Ow! Alright. Nioh. You know, the guy who plays Jay on the In-Betweeners is like a full-time Twitch streamer now. His Twitch channel is called Completed It, Mate. And he streams like every day. What's his name? His real name? It's like James something? James something? But yeah, he, yeah, running in 23 degrees heat is awful. I haven't been able to run consistently since the start of August. It's getting on my fucking tits, mate. Like I was getting a really good rhythm going with running. It's going almost every single day, and then summer hits and it's like 23, it's 25, sometimes it's 30. I'm not about that. I'm not equipped. James Buckley, thank you. I want Misfits to come back to Canadian Netflix. Oh my god, I miss Misfits. The first couple seasons of Misfits were gold. That's like spring here. Well, I guess it's all about perspective, isn't it? Like, I guess it's just what your body like acclimates to, like as you grow up. Like for us, 23 degrees is quite hot. Oh no, Bruno. I think I watched a single scene of the American In-Betweeners, and it kind of cemented my impression of it. But yeah, I found it really weird, because Completed It, Mate, his Twitch channel is always my top recommended. It's always like right on the front page when I start Twitch. So I remember like opening Twitch and then like hearing this really familiar voice and just being like, why do I feel like this voice has told me that he's fingered a bird before, you know? They used the exact same script. Oh yeah, they had that with the American In-Betweeners as well. No, the American IT crowd, where they used the exact same script. I think that American humour has its place, but I don't feel like English humour translates very well into it. Like, just like the long awkward pauses they had were like cripplingly awkward, like really awkward. He's always at the top, yeah. I'm like, this man does not need your help, Twitch. I'm sure that he can find followers galore elsewhere. Host somebody else on the front page. Host me on the front page of Twitch. I want to go. It's my turn. Mum says it's my turn on the Xbox. I was like 95% thanking people for subs and 5% gameplay. Oh man, I didn't see it that bad when I was watching it. I was watching him play. Anyway, Smooth. The thing is with like general Twitch stuff is that if it's not a game that I'm not like directly interested in, I really struggle to watch it if like there's no end goal in mind. So like I love watching people play Souls games for the first time. I think that like I've never seen Mrs. Brown's Boys. I've never seen no wait. I think everyone's first playthrough of like a Souls game is always the most interesting one. Like those, not knowing how long the game is, not knowing what's around every corner, not knowing like whether to use your heals, where the next bonfire is, whether to commit, whether to go back, missing out on illusory walls. All that kind of stuff makes watching somebody's first playthrough of Dark Souls so fun. Like, I have really enjoyed watching Smooth. And yeah, there have been some points where I've been, like, tempted to say things. But on the whole, I've just very quietly enjoyed watching somebody's, you know, thought process for the first time. You just like to watch people suffering. I don't know. I like to watch people overcome. I hate when people give up on Dark Souls. A friend gave up on Bloodborne recently, and I was devastated. I had been very carefully watching the whole time. Like, with Dark Souls, with Bloodborne, with that kind of thing, I really intently watch. I get really invested. But when people are just playing games for, like, the sake of it, you know... Oh, Sly, no! When people are just playing games for the sake of it, like, they're just like, oh, I'm just gonna hang out on Sea of Thieves today. I'm like, okay. I really struggle to get invested in this. There's, like, a point to it. That person can be like the most interesting person in the world, but you know, if it's not like engaging what's on screen, I will usually find myself like tabbing over to Reddit or like tabbing over to YouTube, and then all of a sudden the noise becomes annoying, and I'm like, oh, and I just turn it off. Like I unless somebody's got a goal like speed running, getting records, getting trophies, I just can't really find myself getting that invested. And I remember watching him, and he was like, yeah, I just play games. I fancy doing a bit of this today, so I'm going to play that. And I'm like, oh, cool. That's fine, but I don't want to watch that, you know. No death runs, yeah. Yeah. Oh, you reached Iron Keep, Smooth. Not many people get through Iron Keep without a few, you know, rage quits. So, it's fine. It's all part of the process, you know. Like, some people do just like watching people play a game. Unfortunately, I'm not one of those people. Like, I spend so much time on Twitch anyway. You know, I stream 6 hours a day. I don't really like coming back to Twitch just to hang out. If I'm watching something on Twitch, I want to be, like, really interested, really invested. Like, I think the people who I've been in chat with will notice that, when I go and see people's streams, like when I go and watch Plunder streams or whoever streams, I'll be there the whole time, like talking the whole time. Or like Will's streams, I used to just be chatting the whole time. Because like, I'm having like a one-on-one, I'm having a conversation. And it's like really exhausting. Like, I'm like, I don't want to go to loads of streams because then I talk the whole time. And it's like, I don't have to talk the whole time. But I do, you know. So it's like, if I go and watch something, I want to be interested. And that's why I just can never really get into, like, complete it, mate. I couldn't really get into it, because I was like, you're just playing a game. Like, I can play a game. I want to see something, you know? You're accidentally making a penis in Conan Exiles, the elevator shaft will really be a shaft. Well, I don't understand how that could ever be an accident. Yeah, I like a set goal, you know? If I'm not watching somebody play through a game that I'm really interested in, like Dark Souls, I do really struggle to get invested. I saw you were mad enough to plat it. Yeah, like... It's those kinds of things, you know? Like you got me into Froob McGuffin. I watched a lot of his stuff. Like, I binged his stuff. And then I, like, moved on. I really, the reason I got into Twitch was like Lobos Jr. and Squilla Killer, because they were doing like no hit runs, no death runs, like speed runs. They were doing like specific modded runs, but there was always like a set goal. You were always there like watching, like really invested in what was going to happen next. But with like, if I was like watching somebody play like Stardew Valley, I would really struggle because like what I want to know what I'm there for, you know. Unless I'm a poor student. Oh, precious poor student. I don't know. It's really hard to describe. But that's one of the reasons why I really struggled to get into James Buckley's channel. I mean, he's really nice. He seems really chill. I guess people just have different priorities when they watch Twitch content. Stardew is a fucking gem. Stardew looks amazing. I've actually put it on the poll waiting list myself because I'm so desperate to try it. Stardew is fun when you're chilling. Yeah, I really liked Harvest Moon when I was growing up. It's one of the reasons why I struggled to finish Animal Crossing, because like I had an idea in my mind. I was like, I want to make this kind of island, I want these villages, and it was just like so grindy, so bullshit. Like I don't mind goals, but ones that take like 4 months. Stardew has a very frustrating plat. Tell me more. Has this old style 8-bit minigame which is just balls hard, like Fantasy Zone. Yeah, Animal Crossing you need to wait a real time, or time travel. But then if you time travel once, like, how far can you go before you want to stop? Like, I time traveled a bit when I was collecting video content for the YouTube video. And I was like, oh, I've ruined it now. It feels weird now. My village feels like I've not done it properly. I can never come back to this. I've broken it. It's gone forever. It was weird. It was really weird. Looks like some Atari shit. The arcade game is easy. Okay. Well, I'm terrified either way now. Why have they put an Atari minigame in Stardew Valley? People get very protective of time traveling, and I'm like, when Animal Crossing came out, I was like, I'm working a full-time job. I work 9 till 6, and I come home. And I don't want to sit there and like fucking weed my garden before I go to bed. Like, I want to be able to do like all of the stuff. I want to be able to time travel to the future so that I don't spend like every day just doing the boring stuff. I want to do the fun stuff, but I felt too bad about it, so I didn't. Maybe it's just because Heath, like, maybe a lot of kids have it. Maybe it's sort of like Black Ops games and things where people play it to play it casually, and then most people just don't bother. You hate the timer, trying to just chill, and you have to rush around before the day ends. Oh yeah, that was something that they had for Harvest Moon. I'm kind of used to that. I wouldn't feel too bad about that mechanic, but it can be a bit of frustration. What's the Articraft trophy? How does that work? Right. Oh, Slywheel, I've got to go and get some more water. Let me just kill this wheel. Oh yeah. I hate when I get like an ultra rare trophy on PSN and then I upload it to PSN profiles and it's like, common. When I got the 100% on Nioh, I was like, this is the proudest trophy set I've had in my entire life. I would die for this trophy set. I love it. It is my child. It is my child. It is my wife. It is my charge. It is my kingdom. And then I got on PSN profiles and I was like, oh, everybody has this. Okay. Alright, okay, well, fuck it then. Who cares? Yeah, Mixed Smooth. I guess there's like a bunch of different kinds of gamers, like trophy hunters, competitive players. Like, you can't really be both. Like, you can't really... Oh, good night, Jen. Thanks for coming along. You sleep tight. See you soon. See you soon. Yeah, it makes me like I feel like you can't really be both, you know. Like if you're the kind of person who loves competitive scenes, you put like hundreds of hours into one game, it would be impossible to also be a trophy hunter, you know. If you were like a really high ranked Siege player, I don't really see how you'd be able to also be a trophy hunter. So I guess like it's one of those things that you just have to choose. Yeah, I think like with almost every single game, if you spend enough time on it, you'll eventually get the platinum or get the 100%. Like Rocket League and stuff, my friend Sam platinumed that just by accident. I think it's just one of those things, you know. If you play something, you'll eventually do everything. Like with GTA 5, you've got 100% trophies on that, right? How many of those did you intend to get? Like you played golf with the boys because you and the boys love golf, but did you play golf to get the trophy for playing golf? You know. Yeah, you just played it so much, like I really love games, but when I've like exhausted the game, I'm ready to move on. I haven't really found a game yet that has kept me going for like hundreds and hundreds of hours. So trophy hunting like really suits what I do, because trophy hunting like ensures that I get the maximum amount of content I can from a game. But then when I've gotten that content, I have a clear cutoff of like when I should stop playing, when I should find something else. So like trophy hunting really suits that. But if you want to play a game for hundreds of hours, then trophy hunting probably wouldn't suit you at all. You're playing Rocket League like right now, nice. The Scientology parody stuff you can't get by accident in GTA. Oh yeah, I did that. Well, I mean, like you only have to follow a quest for that. And the quest is given to you, like you don't have to go out of your way to find the quest. That's the Kiflon quest. That you can't fail that quest, I guess, unless you just like decide to murder them. So I can definitely see how you would get that by accident. Honeycam and Honey Pop. I own both of those games. No, Kiflom definitely tells you what to do. You get a email from somebody after a certain story quest, and they're like, Brother Franklin, you need to enlighten yourself. Go to this link to find out more. Yeah. It's a very long quest, but you do definitely get led through it. Oh, Bruno. Blessed. I think you could do better though, Bruno, honestly. Especially with Honey Pop. Those girls are a bit weird. I gave a girl a pair of shoes and she put them on straight away. I was like, that's weird. Oh, I'm only messing around. I'm like, you can do better. Don't worry, you can do better. Vice City. Is that one of the old GTAs? Had the strategy guide? Oh my god, I used to collect strategy guides. I had like all of the Elder Scrolls ones, all of the Pokemon ones. I loved Strago. I love them. I love them. I've still got them somewhere actually. Back at my parents' house. Memories. I used to really like reading them. It was sort of like having a massive version of the manual. Like, remember when you'd buy the game and you'd read the manual like in the car home? It was sort of like having a huge version of that. So I would like play the game and then just read the strategy guide back to front. Shit charisma. Ah, I see the problem. We've got 25 minutes. Oh, Maverick. San Andreas. Oh, shit. Here we go again. Your boy looks like a half-orc. I bet your boy doesn't. I bet your boy doesn't. Really? That's kind of hilarious, Ape. I really like it. Mixed Smooth is right. It's kind of worth it. Oh my god, the samurai got here. Nice. Oh, nice one. Thank you. You probably saved my life, so I'll take that. Come here, fella. I really wish Nioh would still show you the cutscenes when you found the monster, or the boss. Like, I would skip them if I didn't want to see them, but some of them I still really like to see. And it's an absolute coincidence that I'm saying that in front of Cash's boss gate. You can enable it. Man, I really liked the Nine-Tailed Fox one in the previous game, and I want to see shooting dojis again. I might re-enable it. Thank you. Thank you. I should have checked, but I didn't. Ow! Not very nice. Right, bye, I guess. A longhouse above a ravine? Okay. I'm trying to imagine that in my head. The view will be nice, good. You play like every single game, I just don't know how you have the time. There's a place near me that does really nice wraps, and they're like really cheap. I discovered them on Deliveroo like a few weeks ago. And now they're like all I think about. Oh god, I've interrupted something. I'm just trying to find a shrine. Then play games. Oh, fair. Min-max the gamer time. You have the Toy Story 2 one? Oh my god. That's really cute. My favourite one is the Oblivion one. My copy is well thumbed. Well thumbed. I'm pretty sure the thing is coming off, the back of it. Oh god. I'm in the bath! am bathing. Ah.
My lords.
Oh, come on, Chief. Let's go. Oh, if Yakuza 0 had one. So, I don't know if you... Oh yeah, you're on the Discord, aren't you? Aren't you, Ape? If you're connected as a Twitch subscriber on Discord, like if you've got your Twitch and Discord hooked up, you can see the polls for the next YouTube video, and the one that was voted was a review of Yakuza 0. So you can see what I thought of it once and for all. It's all recorded and ready to edit. Should be out in a few weeks. But I'm really excited for it. Did you? I want to see the peen. Well, I'll see the peen in 20 minutes. I'll see the X-peen in 20 minutes. Oh, what? Why? What about art? What about freedom of speech? Ah, I bet you do. I bet you do. Thing is, most of the Yakuza stuff writes itself. My favourite scene in Yakuza is when Majima is leaning over the dying girl, like she's been shot in the chest, and she's like dying at his feet, and he's like, oh, I wish I could have saved you. I let you down. I'm sorry. And then like Sarah comes up like, get out of the fucking way, Majima, and like just moves him out of the way and like takes this girl to hospital, and she survives because the gunshot wasn't lethal. And I was like, imagine you just wasted like 15 minutes. This woman could have died at your feet because like you just wanted to pontificate with your shirt off. Just fucking wank on her. And like he took his shirt off to fight those goons, and why didn't he use the shirt? Why didn't you use the shirt to stop the blood? Like, why didn't you use the shirt to staunch the flow of blood from the wound? Like, why didn't you put pressure on the wounds? Like, it's so funny. Like, the stupid dance moves are really good, but I think that was probably my favourite scene in Yakuza 0, because you're just like, imagine it, let somebody capable handle this. And Maverick, cash it is hot. That's why I put cutscenes back on. For your mate, Maverick. What is that, Bruno? There's not that much Rule 34, actually. I checked for a quiz I did. Yeah, basically, Maverick. Hey, Shekel, you took part in that quiz, and can I just remind you that you didn't win it, so maybe you need to do some revision. I think about the Yakuza scenes a lot, because like they are really dumb, and it's incredible. Oh god, this girl's got a lot of health. Fuck. Good night, George. You sleep tight. I will be long in bed by the time you get back, so you have a good one. Yeah, there isn't that much Nioh Rule 34. I don't know what I think of the Yakuza characters. I think they're a reflection of like some pretty weird attitudes over at Sega. So like I like them when they're not trying to be like moral and stuff. Like often Kiryu tries to like teach people a lesson and about like I don't know, morals and things, and I'm like, who the fuck wrote this, you know? But I like them like in isolation by themselves. She just showed me her bum. Well, I mean, Maverick, didn't you point out earlier that they say they don't kill people, but they definitely do? So, like, the game does try to be moral. The game is like, oh, look at how moral we are. Look at how, like, Kiryu never kills, even though he definitely does. Like, the game definitely tries to be moral, you know? Yakuza themselves in isolation might not be moral people, but the game definitely tries to paint Kiryu and Majima as, like, white knights. Kiryu, yeah, I mean, like, but that's the point, Maverick. Like, the game is like, Kiryu never kills. Kiryu cares. Kiryu rehabilitates. And then Kiryu throws somebody out a 3-story window, like. Majima also. I think the whole thing is like, Majima and Kiryu don't kill. Like, we had the Sega rep in chat back when we were streaming it. Like, we had the Sega verified account come in to be like, are you buying the new Yakuza? And even he was like, it's ridiculous, but it's how it is. Or it's how it's like, you know, pushed. Because also you can kind of tell when the Yakuza games are trying to teach a lesson. Like, all of a sudden, like, the piano music will start and the zoom in on people's faces really slowly as they like exposit this like moral lesson, but then like what they're saying is like bollocks, you know. You don't non-lethally gut somebody with a bush of life. I know, Maverick, you're preaching to the choir here. Like, I'm not the one who claims that Majima and Kiryu don't kill. I know that they kill. But the devs and like the company are like, Majima and Kiryu never kill. You know, you never see anybody die in the game. They never kill. You know, I'm not the one. Fucking leave it. Whatever. It's bedtime soon anyway. Fucking leave it. Because this is a really nice cutscene and I'm just enjoying it. I don't understand why she has the 9-tailed fox. Originally, Yakuza 1, Majima kills his henchman in front of Kiryu. You're telling the wrong person. You're telling the wrong person, man. You're telling the wrong person. 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 Have you read The Way of the House Husband? No? What is it? I know she's Yodagami's mum. I don't understand why her guardian spirit is a fox. That's the thing. Like, I know that Yodagami has the 9-tailed fox. I know that she inherits it from her mother. I don't understand why her mother's guardian spirit is a 9-tailed fox. A creature that is associated with, like, curses and grudges and things like that. Like, I know that Yodagami goes on to have, like, the evil 9-tailed fox, but I don't understand why I don't understand why she has the fox. Because every husband she has gets murdered. I just don't get it. Like, I don't know, she can have a nice owl. Everyone close to her gets killed. I don't know, but she doesn't seem to hold a grudge or anything. That's my thing. Like, I would just assume that somebody who had the nine-tailed fox would have those characteristics, you know? Well, Japanese stuff like that is strange when you think about it while trying to be moral. Well, I mean, like, I'm not thinking about it while trying to be moral. I mean, like, Yakuza 0 tries to teach you lessons that it believes are moral lessons. So, like, I don't know, like, you can tell when it's making a joke because the joke music will play, but you can tell when it's trying to make a statement because then the statement music will play, and it will be, like, all tearful and everybody will realize things, you know, in their own time, and, you know, everything will come together perfectly, and, you know, people will realize their wrongs and their rights and stuff like that. And, you know, you can tell when Yakuza 0 is trying to be preachy, and you can tell when Yakuza 0 is not. Like, I'm not looking at Yakuza 0 like, oh, well, this, I'm gonna take this quest completely out of context and try and apply my moral judgment to it. Like, I play a quest and the game is like, morals, you know? The game, like, just wanks all over itself. It's like, this is how it should be. Like when Majima inserts himself into the lives of his hostesses and he, like, follows one of the women around after work, and, like, he also gets involved in another one's, like, home life, like her little brother, he gets involved with that and stuff. And, like, the game tries to play it off as he's like this big brother type, he's like a carer, when actually he's just, like, following women around after work and inserting themselves into his life, inserting himself into their lives, like. And he's like, I care about you, and I'm like, you're just a guy who's, like, followed a woman home, and oh yeah, like, oh, she happened to get attacked by thugs, but, you know, it was written that way. She happened to get attacked by thugs, and now it gives you a chance to, like, talk about how much you care and stuff, but really it's just a bit creepy. You also have the morons that say Yakuza is anti-women, even though I haven't seen a single female that played it that didn't like it. Yakuza is ridiculously sexist. Yakuza, I mean, it's I know it was a game based in the 80s, but it is really sexist. Like, really sexist. First of all, female Maverick, female. I mean, that is something that goes against your argument immediately. I mean, secondly, Yakuza is really sexist. Like, you may as well just call me a fucking roasty, man, you know? No. The Pleasure King, the most transphobic thing I've ever seen. Like, it was so uncomfortable to watch any scenes of the Pleasure King. And the thing is, in Yakuza 0, is that any woman who asserts herself is killed off or attacked and then needs to be saved by Majima and Kiryu. It's the current year, you can never be in the right. Maverick, it's really easy to call women females because it's a word that disregards their adulthood. Like, you call women girls, or you call them women. If you call somebody a woman, you're acknowledging that they're an adult. And neckbeards and men on the internet find it very difficult to call women women because it acknowledges their autonomy, and it acknowledges their age, and it acknowledges their experience. So men on the internet and neckbeards call women females because it's easier to refer to them as other instead of women, which they are. Like, and I know that because I used to find it really weird to call women women as well, because I have grown up finding it weird, and it's fine to acknowledge it, it's fine, you know? But you can never be right anymore. No. That's not true. Like, you can just call them women. Yeah, no, Heath, there are so many examples of really sexist stuff. Every woman who asserts herself gets attacked and needs to be saved, at which point they immediately fall in love with Majima and Kiryu. Even young women, even like children, fall in love with Majima and Kiryu. Girls. One woman in the main story who stands up for herself does it in a very stupid way on purpose so that she is shot and left for dead and needs to be saved by Majima. All of the hostesses are insane and all fall in love with Majima despite the fact that he treats them like shit. Majima at one point says like, oh, this necklace is counterfeit. Even a woman might understand that. And I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god, it's awful. Like, I can enjoy Yakuza, like, I've played the game, like, I finished the game, I put 150 hours into the game, I enjoyed it for what it was. It's fun, the fishing minigame is tight, disco, whatever, but it is a very sexist game. It is very sexist. And, like, it's not even sexist in the way that it's like, oh, it's just the 80s, like, because the game shines a light on the sexism and points at it as, like, a good thing. Like, oh, Majima followed this woman home and is inserting himself into his life. That means he's a good man. And it's like, no, he's a creep. Like, let's be real, you know. If the game showed the sexist thing, and yeah, well, the real Yakuza aren't exactly known for their equality, exactly. If the game showed the Yakuza as sexist and pointed at it and said, that's a bad thing, let's acknowledge this mistake, let's make the characters learn from it, let's make the characters be surprised by the strength of the women that they meet. Let's make the characters learn and grow and not be sexist anymore, or at least have their sexism pointed out or made into a joke. Then that's fine. But the game shows the Yakuza being sexist and says like, wow, aren't they like so masculine? Like, wow, they really care about women. Like, wow, Kiryu just gave this random woman on the street a speech about how she needs to save herself for her husband. Like, isn't that like such a tearjerker? Like, oh my god, Kiryu's the best. So like, if the games company pointed out the problem and acknowledged it and said like, this is sexist, then that's fine. But because the game like praises Kiryu and Majima for being sexist, you know that it's unintentional. You know, they're not trying to teach you a lesson, they're not trying to highlight a problem, they're not trying to say, look, the Yakuza are really sexist. They're like, wow, these guys are amazing. Like, oh wow, Kiryu, you're like such a gent. Wow, a woman would be lucky to have you. Remember that Kiryu only spends extended time with women in the event that he can have sex with them. Like, the telephone club is a prime example of that. He only speaks to women in an extended way and gets to know them and learns about them in the event that he can have sex with them. And then when he turns up to have sex with them and they are ugly or old, he takes damage, right? He loses health, but he still has sex with them anyway. Like, as though it's like he's bestowing, oh god, you're disgusting, but I'll bestow my penis upon you anyway. I'll bless you with my dick, you know? You know, I think you're repulsive, but I will hurt myself to have sex with you. Like, Yakuza is arguably worse. Like, when you think about the JFC, the JCC, the Japanese Catfighting Club, I think that is the best representation of women in that game. I think that the JCC, you walk in, you see women, sexy women, having catfights in bikinis. I think that's fine because they're very clearly there to be objects. It's what it is, you know. They're just shagging around, doing stuff, doing sexy strangling each other with their thighs, and I'm like, that's fine. That's obviously there to be like eye candy. I don't care, you know. But when it, like, because the game isn't trying to teach you any moral lessons, you know. You see this eye candy and you're like, that's eye candy, and that's eye candy, you know that. But when the game like introduces an actual female character, and then treats them like shit and pretends that it's showing you like this beautiful character arc, this like incredible personal development, this like glorious story of this woman, damsel in distress, being saved by these incredible men, that's the stuff that I don't like. Like, you can put women in games and have them just be boobs, and that's fine, I don't care. It's when you put women in games and you treat them like shit, and you try and imply that what you're doing is righteous and moral and good, and you're like doing it for their betterment, then that's when it becomes sexist. Like, that's, I don't care about eye candy, you know. How old is this game? It came out a few years ago, a couple years ago. I don't care if there's boobs in the game, but I care if it tries to teach you a moral lesson, and that moral lesson just ends up being extremely sexist and gross. Like, it's not about the boobs. Like, who cares? Boobs are boobs. Like, fine. People like looking at boobs. It doesn't matter. Like, JCC, who cares? But, you know, Kiryu and Majima do way more harm than good when they insert themselves into situations that nobody asked them to be a part of, and teach women how they should act and what they should do, you know. It's all about the boobs. Yeah. I don't know. I think that Yakuza 0 is an appallingly sexist game. As somebody who played 150 hours of it, platinumed it, you know, saw every second of content that game had, I think it's like disgusting. Like the way that it treats women. It's really sexist. So I'm sorry if all of the females that you know personally and definitely know in real life say that it's fine and actually they really loved it, because you can like a game. There's ass as well, Jedi. You can like a game in isolation. You can be like, this game is fun, but you cannot look at the Yakuza series and say that it's not sexist. And I've seen, like, in chat, all of the rebuttals that you've given me are like, well, it's not as sexist as that, and it's not as sexist as that, and it's not as sexist as that. Like, we're not talking about those games. We're talking about Yakuza 0, which is the game that you started with, presumably expecting me to agree with you. It is really bad. Like, the game is appalling. And I've played it. I can acknowledge it, you know? It's fine. But, like, the females that you've met probably were talking about the game that they enjoyed, you know? They were like, I like that game. The fishing was tight. But I'm sure, like, they could probably acknowledge there's sexism. Like, there's a lot of it. It's really sexist. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed now because that's 2 a.m. I've filled the time until 2 a.m. so I'm gonna go to sleep. If you're watching this VOD in 2025, I'm sorry. But besides that, have a really good night, everybody. And I'll see you tomorrow for some Borderlands 2. Good night.